I am awake. Today we have CPI inflation data. Oh, all right. All right, we are awake, guys. Today, again, CPI inflation data this morning, 8:30. Yeah, we'll see what we get today. SPY is down this morning. Here's the SPY. Put the dollar index up. You can see Apple down, markets down ahead of this. I wonder why the market's gapping down like this, though. What's up, team? All right, we're gonna get right into a poll. We're gonna get right into the poll. Expectations are 5%. Expectations are 5%. Um, so we're gonna do a poll. Do we come in higher or lower than the 5% expectation for today's CPI release? Higher, lower, as expected. There's going to be the three options. Vote on that poll. We got that poll live now as well. We are going to put this on the bottom of the screen, get some music playing here. There we go. And yeah, guys, CPI day, biggest day of the month by far. What's up, Beach? What's up, Stefan, Ernestus, Ricky, Joseph, Timothy, Bar, V. All right, so yeah, for whatever reason, the market is down today. Let me see if I can find some news on this. Let me also get some music playing here. It's an old playlist, so let's just keep going back as long as we can. All right, guys. So yeah, we put our old camera back up. The new camera we bought is just not as good as our old one, which is kind of ironic. Like I couldn't even get the new one to run correctly. It was just 720p, and so the new camera we have is just way better, unfortunately. So we kind of wasted money on our new camera, but that's okay. There we go. We got the music. Nighttime here in Australia. Nice, man. Yeah, CPI day today. Again, 5% is what they're expecting. They're expecting 5% today. What's up, Gord? Vote on the poll. We're also going to do a Twitter poll, of course, as well. 46% of people think we're going to come in higher for CPI. Let me know if you think that's true, guys. Let me know if you think that's true. All right. So, yeah. It'll be an interesting day today, for sure. We bought a little bit of PayPal yesterday, but I'll probably take some off. We're green already. We're hedging with some gold position here, GLD, but we're green on that one already, very green. So our average for gold GLD. Yeah, I'm looking up the news now. Hold on. All right, the U.S. Department of Justice is reportedly looking at short selling activity in regional bank shares, according to Reuters. Chevron plans to boost Venezuela output and optimize exports to accelerate debt recovery. Deutsche Bank thinks it's no longer that GBP, which is the German British pound, is no longer attractive in the short term. Yeah, I'm looking at the debt talks, but I don't see anything. This was all early this morning. Yeah, let me get the music playing here so y'all can actually hear the music. Hold on. Yeah, somebody else might know better than I do. Does anybody have the debt ceiling news? I don't see anything. So yeah, the inflation data today is really interesting. Yeah, I don't see anything about the debt ceiling news. I'm looking for yeah, I don't see any debt ceiling news. Jim Cramer is bullish on stocks. I'm watching tug of war, yeah, for sure. Gold, I don't know. I'm holding gold, but I don't know what it's going to do for CPI. Gold, the gold position I have, so right now the GLD ETF, gold ETF, is at about $188.50. My average is about 186.40. So I am up pretty nicely so far, all the way from the big dip that we've rebounded from since then. I've already taken a lot of profit off of it already, and so in terms of like that, I don't know what it's going to do. We'll have to wait and see. This is just kind of a hedge trade. Okay, my prediction is that CPI will come in as expected or a little lower, while the core CPI comes in a little bit higher. Interesting. Yeah. We're going to cover the earnings. We're not going to do the calls. The calls don't come out until late in the morning. And CPI comes out then too. So we're not going to do the calls, but we'll cover the earnings that drop, which are Roblox at 8 a.m. So Roblox, we'll cover it. Wendy's at 7. Lee Auto already out with theirs. Toyota already out with theirs. Yeah, and that's basically it. Tiva at 7. A couple other things, but PLTR is still pretty strong, man. It had a green day yesterday too. Oh, man, I'm up. I did buy a little bit of PayPal after the big drops yesterday too. Green in that trade so far. We'll see if it holds. But yeah, you can see Apple gapping down some. I'm trying to see what caused this gap. SPY gapping down to 410s. Dixie is up this morning relative to all that stuff. We can put up like Tesla here. Tesla down a little bit this morning as well. Not a huge down day, but still down nonetheless. Yeah, and this old camera is much better than the new one that I got anyway. So like this camera is better than the new one. So I'm just gonna keep this one running. Roblox drops their numbers at 8 a.m. market time. Hey, what's up, David? What's your view on today's poll? I really don't know what we're going to come in at. The poll's got about 110 votes already. 43% think we're going to come in higher. 26% think we're going to come in lower. And 31% think we're going to come in as expected here, which is 5%. We also came in at 5% last time. So 5% would be a neutral reading. I might put this. Oh, sorry, guys. I bumped my mic. I might put this over here, which is where it was prior to this. This is probably a little bit better. This is going to be a little bit easier to keep it right here instead of right in front of me. I think it's a better view for the stream too. What do you guys think? That's probably a better view, right? You can kind of see the background a little bit. I think that works a little bit better. Upstart and Carvana. Yeah, I'm looking at the SPY, dollar index, Tesla, Apple, PayPal this morning. Roblox, of course, since they have earnings. Hit the like button while you're here, guys. If you haven't already, we appreciate it. Again, make sure you give us a follow on other social medias. We posted a TT video the other day, and it's gotten like 300 plus views within like 10 hours. So give me a follow there at Beginner Trading everywhere. Twitter's at Beginner Trades. TT is at Beginner Trading. Or just Beginner Trading, I think. So give me a follow there, guys. If you haven't yet, we appreciate it. Trying to grow that following now. Hit the like button while you're here. We appreciate it. We posted a really funny story about Leonardo DiCaprio and about how something he didn't expect from The Wolf of Wall Street. So yeah, go find that. Go find that video. Again, it's on TT. It's on Twitter. It's hilarious. All right, but yeah, so the SPY at 410.50s here. 410.50s. Palantir, man. Palantir. Rip it up big. We'll see if it continues. All right, guys. So yeah, Tesla up to 168. Is there a dip buy here? The dollar index bouncing right at that previous closing price. Look at it. It's at 101.69s right now. We'll see if it holds. Again, I did buy a little bit of PayPal. I thought a dip, and I'm a little nervous about it, in all honesty. CPI is today. We're going to do a Twitter poll like we always do here. All right, guys. So yeah, today CPI data. Huge day today for market activity here. We're gonna go. Also, do me a favor, hit the like button while you're here, guys. We appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna do a poll, or we're gonna do a countdown timer pretty soon here. All right, guys. So we got the poll going live. We got the poll live here now, team. Vote on the poll. We appreciate it. I'm going to put the timer up. All right, so we got 2 hours and 2 minutes, 25 seconds. There you go. That's the timer. We got 2 hours, 2 hours and 2 minutes. I usually mostly use just the daily VWAP mixed with like the 200 EMA. A little bit of everything. All right, so far all the votes on Twitter 100% thinking under expectations. Yeah, definitely top 3 in the world for sure. I see a beach. And so yeah, we're in a little bit of gold. We're green on our gold trade no matter what. All right, guys. So CPI day today. Huge day. What's AMC doing? AMC down again today. Again, we'll see if CPI ends up saving this thing. We still got time. poll is an interesting split. So yeah, so far we got 37% thinking we're going to come in higher than expected, 34% think we're going to come in lower, and 29% think we're going to come in as expected. Pretty close, honestly, all the way around here. It's pretty close all the way around. Like we got a pretty even data here. And again, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with it. I'm hoping it comes in lower, but it could certainly come in higher. We'll see. Please explain the CPI. So CPI is the Consumer Price Index. So at once a month, the most important metric that we cover here, aside from maybe rate hike decisions, but honestly, CPI generally moves the market more than rate hike decisions. The biggest metric we cover once a month is the CPI report. Now, CPI is usually the largest stream we'll do here on this channel as well. At 8:30, we'll have at least 4,000 plus people here. Hopefully over 5,000 people. And again, we'll see. But this is the biggest report we do once a month. It is an absolutely huge report that covers how much prices have gone up specifically for consumers. Now, generally, you get the CPI report, and then following that, you get the PPI report later on in the week. Like, so today we get CPI. Tomorrow we get PPI data. So both of these are two sides of the same coin. They're both reading inflation. So CPI is the consumer price index. PPI is the producer or seller price index, right? So today we're looking at how much prices have gone up for consumers. Tomorrow we're looking at how much prices have gone up for producers. That is what this report means today. It's a very relevant report. We're looking at 5% is what is overwhelmingly expected today. 5% if we're looking at expectations. Again, 5% is what's expecting. Last time, I'm pretty sure we came in at 5% as well. So we're looking at even month to month at 5%. Core CPI is expected at 0.4%, or core CPI is expected on the year at 5.5%. Last time it was at 5.6% on the year. And so if we come in at 5.5, we'll be lower than last time as expected for the month. For the month core CPI, it's expected at 0.4%, which many people, look at core CPI as well. 0.4% on the month for core is what's looked at. Base CPI is expected at 5%. On the month, base CPI is expected at 0.4%. Last time it was 0.1%. And so base CPI is going up relative to expectations last time from last time. So last time, again, base CPI on the month over month reading was at 0.1% last month. Today, they're looking at 0.4%. So that's expected to increase 0.3%. Core CPI month over month, which again is a pretty big reading, is expected to come in at 0.4%. Last time it was 0.4%, so unchanged month to month. And then core CPI year over year is expected at 5.5%. Last time it was at 5.6%, so dropping 0.1% versus last time if it comes in as expected. And then again, base CPI is at 5% versus 5% last time. So that's what we're looking at today. It's the Consumer Price Index. Again, huge report, very, very big report. A lot of people will be tuning in at 8:30, and yeah, it's one of the biggest reports we do. It's one of the readings that causes the biggest market reaction in every month, and it drops monthly. So that is what we got going on today. Hey, thank you, Type. Well, we'll get 10,000 at least. I mean, generally, if you look at every stream we've done over the last 6 months, CPI streams generally get anywhere between 20 and 30,000 views. If we're talking about like live viewers, I think the most we've ever done for a CPI stream was like 5,600 live viewers. So, but it's still good. I mean, that's a blessing, really. That's what. That's a lot. People don't understand how much that is. I see some pretty famous people live streaming, and they're getting about the same, So, I mean, hey, I'll take it. You know what I mean? But no, dollar index up to 101.70s. Look at the price of sugar. It's been skyrocketing. Everything has sugar, and there's no way food has gone down in price. Most likely gone up. Yeah, but remember, this is the reading for April. So we're looking at April. So this is the April reading. So we're looking at it today, but it's looking at April prices. How much prices went up in April? That's what it's looking at. No, I'm looking at yesterday's movement for AMC. Yeah, Disney earnings this evening. All right, guys, big report today, guys. Big reports. Mark Zuckerberg won a gold Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tournament over the weekend. Uh-oh. Here, let me mute the music for a second here. I want to look at something I'm seeing on Twitter. All right, guys. There we go. Audio back. Hey, what's up, Pawn? Good morning, bro. Yeah, I mean, props to Z if he's gonna do that. I'm happy for him. I really am. You know. All right, guys. So yeah. Imagine showing up to a jiu-jitsu tournament though, and going against Mark Zuckerberg. All right, guys. It is a huge day today. CPI at 8:30. 8:30 is when CPI comes out. Lower is better. So this is inflationary data, right? So lower is going to be better. So anything lower than expected is good. Higher than expected is bad. All the way around. So yeah, lower than expected is good. And again, 5% is the neutral level. 0.4% is the neutral level. So on the month, if it comes in at 0.4%, it's better. If it on the year, if it comes in under 5%, it's better. And so I hope it comes in low. I'm always an optimist with the market. I want it to come in low. I want the market to do well, especially with the banking stuff going on right now. Like, we're in a slippery market where, you know, inflation problems are there for sure, but also recession woes are there. And so, you know, we got a little bit of both here, and neither is really good for the economy or market. So is it true that if you make $32,000 a year, that puts you in the top 1% of earners globally? Is that true? But I mean, the thing that's misleading though. So I'm seeing somebody post here, making $32,000 a year puts you in the top 1% of earners globally, but most Americans struggle to make that work. It's not about, like, that's such a misleading statement. It's not like Americans are just struggling to make that work. Like, here's the best example. You go overseas, you're going to get a great meal for like $1. You know, you can go overseas in India and some of those countries, get a great homemade meal for like $1. You know, you can get clothes for very cheap, you know. And so the prices of goods are so much lower around the world relative to the United States that $32K a year, you'll live like a king overseas in a lot of places. You try to live off that here, you know, you're gonna be struggling. You can't find anywhere to rent here for less than $1,500 a month. Tiny apartment, $1,500, and so that's the problem. You know what I mean? That's the problem. It's not like people are just not making it work. You know, it's really something that prices are high here. You know, which is again very relevant to today with inflation coming out. Yeah, we'll see what happens, but prices are high here for sure. I've been doing jiu-jitsu now for over 7 years. I've actually rolled against some very high competitors. It's good to see Zuck bring some more attention to jiu-jitsu. It's so good for you. Yeah, they just opened up a Gracie Barra by me. I thought about going a couple times. I know a little bit, not a lot, you know. Like, I got some friends and family that have done some of it. So, like, I've rolled a couple times, but I haven't... it's certainly not something that I know super well, you know. But I know a little bit. But yeah, like I said, I've kind of got the itch to learn a little bit more. As a kid, I did judo and a little bit of jiu-jitsu as a kid too. Is there a prediction for a decrease in inflation? So month over month right now, they're expecting. So month over month, they are expecting now. For base CPI is expected to month over month. Is expected to increase from 0.1% last month to 0.4% this month. And year over year is what it's called. CPI. It's neutral. It's 5% last month, 5% this month. For core CPI, which is excluding food and energy, so it excludes food and energy. It's core. It's expected to decrease year over year from 5.6 to 5.5%. On month over month, expected to remain neutral for core CPI at 0.4% versus 0.4% last month. So that is kind of where we're at now. Again, we'll see if the market bounces up a little bit here. No, you can't post links here, Sam. There's no way for me to vet it, brother. Sorry, dude. Is this for a prediction for it? Most inflation is expected to stay neutral month over month. Flat or higher today? I don't know, man. I hope it comes in low is really what I hope it comes in. If it's neutral, will Bitcoin pump? I don't know. It depends on what it is. If it's low, Bitcoin will probably pump. If it's high, I'm not sure. I thought if it was you had $32,000 cash on hand or something like that for the U.S. No, I think for the U.S., if you've got, I think a majority of people in the U.S. don't have 5K. You know. Now it depends on how you look at it, though. Like for me personally, I have money saved. You know, but it's for me. Okay, the route I always take is like I have money and like I have cards. You know, I build my credit. I have credit cards if I need to. But when I get large lumps of money, generally what I do is I take a majority of it. So like, say I make, you know, say I make 15 or 20,000 in a month, right? I usually take at least 10 and put it up somewhere. You know, most of the time I'll put it up in investment accounts, or I'll put it in a savings account, or I'll put it somewhere less liquid where it's harder for me to access. Because if I let that money stew in my account, you know, it's going to be more tempting to spend it and to go, you know, to pop bottles and go crazy. And that's not what I want to do. I want to just save my money. And so that's kind of what I do. Now I help family out. Like I just help my mom get into a house, you know. I got my mom a house with a yard. I didn't buy her a house, but I paid for her rent for a couple months in a new house so she could have a yard for her dog, and so that her dog's happy. Cindy, her German Shepherd's happy, you know. But aside from stuff like that, I really don't spend that much money. I try to put it somewhere less liquid. Well, no, all of it doesn't leave out energy and food, Scorpion. Some of it does. So Scorpion says to the guy talking about sugar, this report leaves out energy and food. No, it doesn't. Some of it does. Some of the metrics are. So there's base CPI and core CPI. Core CPI is excluding food or energy, but we're still going to be looking at base CPI here. Okay, cool. I'll check it out. Yeah, you can't buy a meal for... I mean, it depends on where you are, I guess. Hey, thank you, Randy. Yeah, that's kind of what you got to do, you know. I think it's the smart move. Now, you don't want to let cash sit too long, in my opinion. Like, letting cash sit too long wastes it because inflation does get worse and worse. And so, like, if you let your cash just sit there, I'm not telling anybody what to do. Of course, it's all your own personal preference and risk tolerances. But generally, investing is a way to hedge against inflation long term, right? So, like buying a house, one of the purposes of that is to keep up with inflation. You know, buying gold is one of the purposes of keeping up with inflation. Buying real estate is one of the ways that you keep up with inflation. Putting money in the S&P 500 or Bitcoin or crypto are ways to keep up with inflation. So letting just cash sit is usually not the right move, especially long term. Short term, do whatever you want, but it's all relative. Like if you're trying to buy a house, you might want to let your cash sit in your bank account, you know. But like I'm not trying to buy a house right now, so I'm not really letting cash sit anywhere. I'm putting it up and you know. Yeah, I mean that's the right way to do B. That's the right way to do it, man, for sure. Food prices are ridiculous. Yeah, they have been, man. I've noticed a very large uptick in prices over the last like year. You know, like we go to the grocery store, we're spending like $700, and it is obscenely high prices for food. Now I got a family of 4, and so you know that's going to influence it a little bit more. But yeah, prices are high too. I agree. Hey, what's up, Daniel? Good morning. Yeah, high is bad. It's bearish. High means higher prices, worse inflation problems. Lower is better. Lower means less inflation problems, lower pricing. And again, there's 2 important ones. Base CPI month over month is important, and core CPI is important. And so you want to pay attention to these things. These are really important. this is a good time to buy real estate. It's arguable. I mean, it might be a good time. Interest rates aren't ridiculously conventionally high. I mean, everybody's surprised they're at 6 or 7% right now. And while that's not like crazy high, it's still high relative to the last few years when we've had 3.5, sometimes lower than that interest rates. So it's not conventionally high right now. It depends on how you look at it. $700 a day, bro. I'm not spending $700 a day in food. I'm buying $700 of food for like 2-week period of time. Maybe like $1,400 a month in food is probably realistic for a family of 4. $700 a day, that's a lot. We're not doing that. Right, exactly, Scorpio. That's what a lot of people don't understand about real estate. It's not about, like, real estate is purely a way to keep up with inflation. And it certainly has. If you look at, like, everything it has, for sure. Nobody's eating $700 a day, bro. Not unless I was eating caviar. I'm not a caviar person, though. Caviar is kind of gross, I'm not eating that stuff. I'm not snooty with food. I like burgers, So low CPI is good for S&P 500, Sam. High CPI is bad for the S&P 500. That's how it's going to work. Again, high CPI will cause an influx in movement in the dollar index on the upside. Low CPI will cause a downward move in the dollar index, but a high move in the market. So there's an inverse correlation with CPI in the market, right? So again, high CPI is going to mean bad market activity, drops in the market. Low CPI is going to mean good market activity, high movement in markets, upward movement in markets. He's got to be trolling, I think. Yeah, high CPI means higher prices, worse price inflation problems is really kind of the name of what's going on here. So again, high CPI means worse inflation problems. So again, we're going to look at this Tesla right neutral here. SPY still at 410s. It's time, guys. Look at our Twitter poll. We got a Twitter poll going live as well here. Got a decent amount of votes already here. About 40 votes already. 25% think as expected. 39% think we're going to come in high. 36% think we're going to come in low. So that is Twitter right now. Look at that YouTube. 37. So pretty similar on YouTube as well, honestly. 37% think we're going to come in higher than expected. 34% think we're going to come in lower. And 29% think we're going to come in neutral. So again, we'll see what happens, guys. I'm ready for it today. So the Oakland A's have made a deal with Bally's to demolish the Tropicana and build a $1.5 million or $1.5 billion ballpark on the Vegas Strip. Honestly, I think it's a good move, bro. I think Oakland A's are done. They are the worst team in baseball every year. Nobody shows up to the games. Look, I'm a Moneyball fan as well. I like Billy Bean. I like Moneyball. Okay, I like the movie. I love baseball. I like the Oakland A's. Okay, but business-wise, it's not going to work. The thing I'm the most sad about is that they want to demolish the stadium. Which sucks. Tropicana, that's going to suck. That's a historic ballpark where a lot of crazy stuff has happened. But they're the worst team in baseball every year. They're the lowest market cap team. Put somebody in there that actually's got some money. That's what they need to do. All right, so Nick Airball, to put it into perspective for poker drama, for those that might not understand it, right? Nick Airball basically called Matt Berkey,
a scammer. Matt Berkey is a professional poker player that has like courses and content. And Nick Airball basically accused him of being a scammer. And then they played heads up. So they played against each other in poker for like weeks, like over and over and over again for weeks. And Nick Airball ended up losing about $1 million to Berkey, the same guy he called a scammer, right? So Nick Airball just made a statement regarding this, and it's glorious, honestly. He said, "First of all, I want to congratulate Matt Berkey on his victory. There was a lot of ish talking, most of it for fun and to add excitement to the match. But in the end, I have to give credit where credit is due. He played well. He played better than I expected he would. He won fair and square, and he deserves to celebrate his win. I want to apologize for the comments I made about Matt being a scammer and the negative comments I made about his business. That was out of line, and I regret making those kind of comments. I got caught up emotionally in the heat of the moment and said some things I shouldn't have said, and for that, I apologize." Matt showed during the match that he was a true professional, end quote. Nick Airball. And there's a lot more to it, honestly, but honestly, good. He deserves it. Matt Berkey, bro, to put it into perspective, over the last few years, Berkey won like millions of dollars in poker tournaments. So to call Berkey a scammer in the first place was kind of crazy anyway. But hey, good to see Nick Airball eat his words a little bit. Hey, later, David. Have a good day, brother. Do you think CPI could affect oil crude? Probably. Yeah. $4.9%. Where do you think they're gonna go? No, I never thought about it. I was gonna get sponsored by a company, but we ended up not doing it. All right, guys, it is time for CPI inflation data today. Are the Oakland A's like the Browns? Worse. CT. So the Oakland A's are much more consistently the worst team in baseball. They've got the least stars. They've got the worst management. They've got the worst team in terms of players. They've got the worst attendance. Day in and day out consistently, So the A's are just not good. Do you really think 3K gold? If we look at gold right here, I'll put the gold chart up. Here's gold futures right now. There's GC gold futures. Gold is up to 2038. So gold dipping down a little bit. Again, we bought some gold a week ago or so. And we're green on it. We've been riding it up for a week now. Oakland this year has a record of 8-29. They have a 200 win percentage, or a 0.2 win percentage. They are 3-15 at home and 5-14 away. And they are at the very bottom of their division every year. Every year. And it's not like they've got some just killers in their division, aside from the Astros, of course. But like they're playing against the Rangers, the Angels, So, I mean, every year they're at the bottom of their division, man. I get it. You might be an A's fan, but I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. Look, again, I like Billy Beane. I like Moneyball. I like the Oakland A's. I like Sean Murphy, But like, again, I think it's a good move that they move. Again, number one, Oakland area is a rough area for it. That's a rough area. But yeah. So it's going to be hard to get people to show up anyway. Yeah, they're like the Saints in the 90s. And I'm a Saints fan, but like, that's not a lie. It doesn't affect it at all. Erebus. All right, guys. So there is 7 o'clock on the dot. Well, we can look at our numbers that came out. So we should have gotten Wendy's numbers here. We'll see if Wendy's numbers are out. All right, so Wendy's did drop their numbers here. Wendy's posted 19-cent EPS versus 20-cent, or no, adjusted EPS of 21-cent versus 20-cent estimates. Revenue of 528 versus 522 expected. So better than expected results for Wendy's. Roblox doesn't drop theirs for another like hour, I believe. So we still got time for that one. Isn't it illegal there though, Timothy? Wendy's is all right. I like Wendy's. It's not like my favorite, but it's all right. You know. All right, guys. Yeah, SPY at 410.40s, Tesla at 170s or 169s, gold at 2037s right now, 2037 here. All right, guys. Yeah, so the last couple seasons from the Oakland A's, they have been fifth of fifth in their division with under 0.4% win percentage. So, I mean, their attendance is bad as well. But, you know, like I said, out of the last 8 years, they have been 5 for 5 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 8 of the last 8 years. They have been the last in their division, you know. Unfortunately, gold dipping down a little bit under the VWAP, under the 200 EMA here. The SPY at 410.40s. I've never been to White Castle. I don't know if it's good or not. Yeah, we follow Bitcoin. We're gonna look at Bitcoin. We'll put it up too. Here's Bitcoin on the right side here. Bitcoin at 27.6, so down a little bit over the last few days. We'll see if it ends up getting some strength here. It is CPI day, but yeah, 100%, dude, 100%. Chris, it's unfortunate that it's like that, and I'm from Louisiana. I'm a huge Saints fan, you know, but it's been a while since I've been to a Saints game because New Orleans is not much better, in all honesty. You know what I mean? I love New Orleans. I love the city. I love my home, you know, state. I root for the Saints. I root for LSU. But yeah. Do I want to live in New Orleans? Absolutely not. Just too sketchy, you know. I actually know New Orleans, and so I understand how it is. It's just too sketchy, unfortunately. Bitcoin actually at 27.6 thousand. Again, Tesla dipping down. The SPY pretty flat leading up to the CPI report. Not a shock, not a surprise. It's going to be out at 8:30, guys. 8:30. Hey, what's up, Raphael? Yeah, great city, great food, of course. I'm from Baton Rouge, and so I'm from like an hour away from New Orleans, you know. So great city, but I'm not trying to live there. I don't want to live in Baton Rouge either, though, to be fair. Like, I'm not trying to live there either. Baton Rouge ain't the greatest state either right now. And so, look, I love my home city, my hometown. I love my home state, but I want my kid to go to A&M. Airbnb. Yeah, Airbnb dropped numbers yesterday too, right? They are down big. Maybe there's a dip buy argument there. I don't know. Lafayette's pretty cool. I like Lafayette too. Smaller. All right, guys. Yeah, 5% is the expected number for CPI today. Again, on the yearly basis, 0.4% is expected on the month. We'll see what happens. Tesla pulling back a little bit. Bitcoin on the right. SPY at the left. 410.30s on the SPY. We still got about an hour and a half left. A little bit under that. Gumbo and jambalaya. I'm a big gumbo guy. I'm not really a big jambalaya guy. Like, I like some crawfish etouffee and stuff like that, but like, I'm not a big jambalaya guy. Too much rice for me. All right, guys. Yeah, we got about a minute or a year and a half. I'm not a big pastelaya guy either. You know what I mean? My favorite, I like boudin and crawfish, crab legs, shrimp. Like, I like that stuff. But as a beginner, where should I start? I mean, from what sources I can learn. I would go with I would just Google. You can look at. We got a lot of free stuff here. Number one is you're going to get a lot of places try to pull you in to buy their course or service, and some of them are good and some of them aren't. Just be careful how much you're spending. You don't need to spend thousands on a course. You're going to You're going to go away from that feeling pretty underwhelmed if you do spend that. So just understand it. Most traders are going to lose in the beginning. That's understandable. So most traders are going to lose. And so you need to understand that. Trade small in the beginning. Trade small. The average pro poker player only makes $43K a year. That's surprising. Yeah, it's better to look broke and stack assets than blow your paycheck trying to look rich. Yeah, there's a very famous saying. Try to look rich, be rich. All right, guys. So, yeah. Market's pretty side. This is one of the slowest markets I've seen in a while, man. Look at the SPY here. The SPY hasn't moved at all morning. Look at this, dude. There's literally it's zero liquidity on the SPY right now. Zero liquidity. It literally is not moving at all, man. Look at this. It has moved. Wow, look at this. There's just no volume right now. Everybody's scared is what this means. Everybody's scared right now. So nobody wants to take a huge position because the market is just flat, sideways. Everybody's waiting for CPI to come out is what it is. You know, everybody's waiting for CPI. Wow. Yeah, guys. So let me know what you guys think here, man. I'm interested in seeing what the market gives us today. Again, I hope the market goes up. I hope the inflation data comes in low. I hope the market rips up. I hope Bitcoin flies up. I hope gold goes up, I guess. I'm in gold. Hey, what are those machines? Like I see UFC fighters and like other fighters, they have those like cuffs. It's like those like suction things that leaves the circle on them. What do those things actually do? Do those things actually work? I see a lot of stuff about them. I've never tried them. Let me know if those things actually work because I have no idea. It's called cupping, removes toxins. Does it really though? You sure it's not just like gimmicky, I guess, is my worry. It helps. Guys, you know me, I'm a skeptic. Low CPI equals bullish. Yeah, for sure. So lower numbers is better. Higher numbers is worse. It was low last April, which means it's not dropping much this time. Maybe. Right. Too much resistance above, spike up, sure, then immediate sell off and tank. Maybe. All right, so yeah, I see sugar. Yeah, here's sugar prices. Like, just to put this in perspective, we got a couple people mentioning sugar prices. Sugar has skyrocketed this year, right? So this is a yearly chart on sugar. Sugar has gone all the way up to $14 on this ETF, but you can see the increase. So sugar is up 40% since February. 40% increase. That's a big increase. It's gone from $10 to $14 since February. It's a big increase. It's gone up 40% since February. That's a big move here for sugar. Again, so yeah, you're right. Sugar has gone up. But I mean, we got to look at a daily chart here. So here's April. So April started right here. So yeah, I mean, sugar prices did shoot up. So, but that's important to watch core for. Core will look at the number excluding food and energy. So core will look at the number excluding food or energy. Again, guys, I'm not hating on the AMC crowd. And again, if you're wondering why I bring this up, I'm bringing it up because I'm looking at Twitter and I'm just kind of seeing what people are posting here. And I see a lot of people are like, hey, guys, the squeeze is happening. Okay. When has a situation like this ever worked? When has the stock actually mother of all short squeezed? Like, when is the stock that was predicted to go crazy actually went crazy? Genuine question. Not saying it's not going to happen. I hope it does. I'm in AMC right now. I'm just asking for other examples of this happening is what I'm curious about. That's what I want to know. Again, I hope it happens. I truly do. And so I'm just genuinely curious. What are some other examples of this happening? Aside from GameStop. GameStop, nobody really thought it would happen. You know, so it's not like GameStop, people were predicting it. Pivot far away. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm definitely on caffeine. Tempur-Pedic is going to buy Mattress Firm for $4 billion. Wow, that's a big acquisition. Yeah, I mean, the Fed thinks we're going to hit a mild recession before the end of the year, but we'll see when we do or not, you know. How does CPI affect the US 30 index? I mean, it directly affects it, man. You know, the US 30. The US 30 are some of the largest companies in the world, and so they're going to be directly impacted by price increases or decreases. They're going to be impacted by the broader market movements, of course. So yeah. So like the Dow is going to be heavily and like moved by CPI. It's CPI, it's inflation data. So it's one of the biggest influences over stocks in general. And the US 30 is the 30 of the largest companies in the world. So yeah, it's going to move. Yeah, but that doesn't really mean anything though, Damien. I mean, I know people want to predict we're in one, but like what a recession really means is this, okay? Again, we haven't been in one. And I'll explain why. All right, what a recession is. And again, people are mad and then they're saying what a recession technically is. The technical definition of a recession is 2 consecutive losing GDP quarters plus high unemployment. So high unemployment, losing GDP quarters. we had a brief moment where we had 2 losing GDP quarters, but we did not have high unemployment. Unemployment was actually very low. And right now, we don't have either. Right now, we don't have losing GDP quarters or high unemployment. And so we're certainly not in a recession right now. Not yet. Again, the Fed thinks we might be in one later this year, but we're certainly not in one right now. And that's a very obvious thing. Again, we're not losing GDP quarter to quarter. We're up quarter to quarter GDP. And unemployment's not low. And so, you know what I mean? Our unemployment's not high. I mean, so we need high unemployment, losing GDP quarters. We're just not in either one of those. And again, I'm not saying we're not going to hit those, but, you know. Again, I'm not saying y'all are wrong, but for those saying that we're in a recession, explain how. Explain how. It's not about whether I believe it. I mean, you could basically discount anything by saying, oh, well, the numbers aren't right. You could say that about anything, you know. You can genuinely say that about anything. I'm just going by the reported numbers. That's what we have to go by. We could claim they're not right to fit a narrative, and that's fine. But I got to go with the actual numbers that are reported here. You know what I mean? And that should make perfect sense. So again, I mean, I don't think... I get it. People say a specific thing and then they want it to be true. And so they say, oh, well, I am right. The numbers are wrong. Right. I hear it all the time. You know, again, what do you hear with, you know, some of these big squeeze communities is they say, oh, well, it would have squeezed, but the numbers lied. You know, OK, sure. But like, I got to look at the numbers that are actually there. You know what I mean? All right, guys, Tesla moving up to 169s here. SPY at 410.60s. So a typical recession prior to 07 lasts about 11 months. So if we do hit one, that's about what we look for. All right, guys, so market's starting to bounce up a little bit. We can look at sugar prices on the right side. And again, we'll see how these impact inflation problems and CPI that comes out pretty soon here. Again, I think we also look at Bitcoin at 27.6 thousand. And I guess like even if we go by the economic definition, right? Okay. So let's look at GDP data. And let's look at historical GDP data. All right. So
All right, so number one, for those that are saying we're currently in a recession right now, all right, even if we don't use the unemployment number, all right, even if we don't look at the unemployment number, right now, quarter one, we're showing 1.1%, 1.1% GDP growth, right? Fourth quarter of 2022, so the quarter before that, we showed 2.6% GDP growth. And so, like, even if we go by the economical growth definition of like losing GDP quarter to quarter, we're still getting GDP growth quarter to quarter. You know what I mean? So like we're still seeing positive GDP numbers. It's not a decline in GDP. So for like this to be recession, we need a negative here and a negative here, right? We get two negative GDP quarters, then we can argue that we're in a recession. But again, we're not there yet. We're just not there yet. We're still having positive GDP quarter to quarter. You know, unemployment's still low. You know what I mean? So it's like we're just not there yet. I'm not saying we're not going to get there either. I'm just saying we're just not there yet. Yeah, I mean, 2020 might be considered one, Chris. I'm not saying that did happen. Like 2020, 2021 with the pandemic, that's a completely different story, brother. You know, so that certainly could be. I'm just saying, like right now, GDP is going up. You know what I mean? Or GDP is not going up, but GDP growth, like we're still getting positive numbers quarter to quarter. Unemployment's still low right now. So, I mean, we're just not there yet. I think people like the doom and gloom stuff, but like, again, we're just not there yet. That's just the last two. Well, yeah, but I'm looking at the most recent data. For those that are saying we're in a recession right now, I'm looking at the most recent data. So those are the most relevant data. I'm not, again, it's not something I really want to sit here and debate about all morning. What I'm saying now is like, we're certainly not in one right now. Maybe we do in the future this year, maybe not, but we're certainly not in one right now. What will be the direction of US 30? So generally, Pip, we are going to look at inflation data in a negative correlation with that market, right? So for the US 30, if we get lower than expected numbers, the US 30 will probably go up. Probably. We don't know for sure, but if we get lower than expected numbers, the US 30 will probably go up. We get higher than expected numbers, the US 30 will probably go down. Again, I'm in PayPal right now. It's moving up a little bit. I might take some profit if we can, but I think I want to give it time to work as well. Let me exit out of that. There we go. All right, guys. But yeah, SPY moving up again. Inflation data. We got about an hour left. About an hour. All right, so we do get PayPal bouncing back up. Yeah, so here's another report. If we're looking at GDP quarter over quarter here, right? So this is the last few years. The only time that could be considered a recession is this
which is quarter 1 and quarter 2 of last year, right? But again, we bounced back pretty quickly from that. You can see the next quarter after that, we showed 3.2% GDP growth in the third quarter of 2022. So it wasn't a sustained period like that. And we've showed positive GDP growth every quarter since then. You know what I mean? So like if this was a recession, that would be much longer. Now, maybe you could argue that we were in a mild one back then. That's possible to argue. But again, saying we're in one now, I just don't think, there's any argument for that. All right, guys. So yeah, gold. Let's look at gold here. Bitcoin on the right side. We're at 2038 right now, 2038. Yeah, maybe, Ben. I'm not sure, Inflation is still so high right now, it's hard to be in that, you know what I mean? And again, we're in a weird state where we're fearing both inflation and recession. So, I mean, the bank stuff certainly doesn't help with recession fears. And it depends on what happens now. I mean, I think the next GDP reading will be really, really interesting. And the next GDP report is going to be... And the next one's going to come out later this month, May. So in about 2 weeks, we get the next GDP report for the first quarter of 2023. That'll be a really interesting reading. Again, last time we came in at 1.1%. The time before that, we came in at 2.6%. The time before that, we came in at 2.7%. And so we've had positive GDP growth. We've had positive GDP quarter to quarter. But, this next one in 2 weeks will be interesting for sure. And again, sugar prices are up some. A lot of people are going to be watching the core numbers. Hey, what's up, MS? I'm good, man. I'm good, dude. Hope you're doing good, brother. Also on Tesla. So Tesla has been pretty volatile lately. Over the last 20 days, it was at 190 back in early March. It dipped all the way down to 150. A lot of people bought that dip and rode that dip back. It's now back up to 170. So, it's been pretty volatile, but it is down over the last 20 days. Up some over the last week or two. So, interesting movement for sure. Yeah, hope you're doing good, MS. Hope you're doing good, brother. I appreciate the support, of course, as always, man. Hope you're making some money out there, dude. And it's all good, Chris. Like I said, man, we can agree to disagree on the recession thing. It's all good, brother. Oil affects CPI. It doesn't affect core CPI, but it affects base CPI for sure. So again, we have two CPI reports that people generally go by. One of them is called just base CPI, I call it, month over month or year over year, whichever one you want to look at. A lot of time people look at the monthly report, but a lot of people look at the yearly report as well. On the year, it's expected to come in at 5%, right? And that is including food, including energy prices. All the stuff is included in the base CPI report. And then we have what's called core CPI. When you hear core for economic data, what it means is excluding food and energy prices. So excluding gas and excluding food prices, which I don't like looking at core because I think food and energy are some of the largest things that we purchase, right? It's some of the most relevant, more important things that we look at because, high prices in food are going to affect us drastically. High prices in fuel are going to affect us drastically. And so in that regard, we want to look at base CPI more than core because core is important. But again, I think on the other side of that, though, the Fed a lot of the time likes to look at core because they think when you take food and energy out the equation, you get a more pure look at how much prices are actually going up, because food and energy can fluctuate drastically, and that influences the data. And so that's kind of the way to look at it. So we'll look at both, but core CPI excluding food and energy, and then base CPI including food and energy. That's kind of the way you got to do it. Yeah, all good, Scorpion. We try, bro. We try, man. What time is CPI? CPI is at 8:30. There might be a timer right above my head here. There might be one, just a weatherman, like right in this general area here. There might be a timer, like over here somewhere, you know. What do you guys think about Oakland trying to move their stadium, or trying to move to Vegas? I think it's the right move, to be honest. Again, SPY up to 410s, bouncing up a little bit. I did get a little bit of PayPal after the dip. We'll see if it keeps up. We got about 700 people here. Listen, y'all take the time, hit the subscribe button, guys. You know you want to. Wholesale Benny, my guy. What's up, dude? What are your trades once we get the news? I don't know. We'll see what we do. What we do. What happens if the CPI is positive? Well, if prices are higher, it's probably going to influence Bitcoin negatively. No, that's too much. That's going to be too hard to do. I wish it let me do that. I don't think it will, though. I don't know what that did. But yeah, there's no way to put a label on it, or I would. But yeah, if CPI is high, then markets will probably go down. You know, if CPI is high, markets will probably drop. You know. Whoa, hey, my guy, brother, thank you, man. MS with the $100 donation. Hey, thank you so much, dude. That's crazy, man. Thank you so much, bro. That's crazy. Hey, good luck with your Bitcoin long, brother. I hope it goes up. You know what I mean? I hope Bitcoin rises for you, brother. Thank you, man. Shout out to you, bro, with the $100. What is this? I think this is, I remember from your last donation. This is like 65 American, I think. Yeah, so this is 67.50 American. That's still a huge donation, brother. So again, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. That's great, man. Thank you so much, dude. CPI will come in hot. We'll see. Hey, thanks to you, MS. That's a crazy big donation, man. Thank you. You can watch it live right here. Again, thousands of people tune into this stream because we covered the data very quickly. And so hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We are going to drop this number as fast as we can. I'm preparing everything now. All right, guys. Yeah, we got a couple minutes. There's some earnings. Hey, it's a great donation, brother. Thank you, man. What do you think of the CPI report? I hope it goes down. I hope CPI report prices go down. But who knows, man? We really don't know. Hey, good luck, Gord. Have a good day, bro. Yeah, the big thing I'm bummed out about with the A's is they're going to get rid of the Tropicana Stadium, unfortunately. Mayor's earnings for today, are they really? Tyron, you gotta give me a little bit more details about what you're actually saying. What do you mean folders for SL then go up? Will market push for stop loss and then go up? You mean market drop slightly, stop people out, and then move up? Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be higher or lower, guys. Nobody does. All we can do is guess. I hope it's lower, but nobody knows, of course, and we'll have to wait and see. All right, so did Michael Burry reactivate his Twitter account? He did. But it's empty again. He hasn't posted at all. Oh, you better believe we have a drop. Michael Burry's going to come out there, act like he's right. CPI drops at 8:30, guys. 8:30. I really want to learn how to read the news and understand how it will affect the market. Hey, my guy, man. Thank you, Scorpion. Shout out to you, brother. I don't expect lower, guys. Again, to put this into perspective, I don't expect it to come in lower. I don't know what it's going to come in as. There's a difference between hoping it comes in low and expecting it to come in low. Again, I have no idea what it's going to come in at. Nobody does. Anybody that claims to, even if they get it right, it's just lucky on a guess. One thing I've learned is that every CPI report, bears come out acting like it's doomsday. Bulls come out and act like the market's just going to fly up. Again, I really have no idea. I hope it goes down because I want the market to go up. And most people should want the market to go up. Again, if you're betting against the market long term, it's one of the biggest sucker bets you could ever make. Now, short term, you can make whatever bet you want. Maybe the market does go down this year or whatever for a recession. But betting against the S&P 500 long term is a huge sucker bet. It's something that, it's something that gullible people do. And again, I'm not talking about over like if you want to bet the market's going to go down on any individual year, that's fine, right? But understand the biggest edge in the stock market is that over time, the S&P 500 is going to give you anywhere between 5 to 12% a year on average, right? 5 to 12% a year is what the S&P 500 will give you on average, including crashes in between. And so maybe we might crash in a specific year, and maybe it's this year. Again, I really don't know. All I know is I'm not betting against the market long term. Short term, the market could do anything. It could drop, it could go up and down, it could go sideways. Nobody knows. But again, long term, the market's going to go up. Yeah, Roblox drops their earnings in about 15 minutes. Yeah, 5% is what's expected. We'll put this banner up on screen. So 5% year over year. Core CPI, so 5% year over year, 0.4% month over month for CPI. So core CPI is expected at, and again, we're going to put all this data up on screen so you can see it. Core CPI is expected at 0.4% month over month and 5.5% year over year. Okay, so data is released at 8:30. All right, guys, so here is the expectational numbers here. That's the expectational numbers. We will put this up right there. Mirror earnings. I don't know. Mirror earnings are going to be influenced by what Bitcoin has done. And so if this is for the quarter, I'm assuming Mirror will have good numbers relative to last time. I don't know about the expected numbers, but just because Bitcoin is up a lot versus what they were up the previous quarter, I expect them to do okay. But who knows, man? Again, I really don't know. Unity earnings today. Yeah, for sure. We have Unity earnings. And again, in about 14 minutes, we get Roblox earnings. Yeah, so again, SPY moving up. Tesla's still trying here. Tesla's still trying. Under the previous closing price. And the markets are technically green or technically red today. I'm sorry. Here's Bitcoin on the right side. So Bitcoin on the right about 27.6. Again, a lot of stuff's pretty slow. At least it has been this morning. We're starting to move up a little bit, but markets are gapping down slightly. But again, just to put it into perspective, what usually happens for these big economic releases here, generally ahead of the big releases, the market's pretty quiet. Why is the market quiet? Because traders are more apprehensive. They don't want to take huge positions ahead of this because, again, nobody knows what the numbers will be. You might have some people kind of gambling on what they think the report is going to be. So they're buying huge option positions or they're taking huge trades ahead of this. But again, those are just what I said, which is gambles. Nobody knows what the numbers are going to be. That's basically flipping a coin and hoping and desperate. Like, again, traders that do that are usually, not always, I guess, but most of the traders that are doing that are just trying to feel, the rush of the gamble that they're taking ahead of earnings or ahead of big economic data. And so be smart, guys. Understand anything could happen. Even if the data comes in good, bad, conventionally, we don't know how the market's going to respond to it. So just be careful. I'm personally going to wait for the report to come out and then trade based off of it. And again, my job is just reporting these numbers. Yeah, I think there's some, again, like I've said that before too, Chris, which is that, like, if I'm going to invest in crypto, I'm going to invest in crypto. I'm not going to buy a mining stock. I'm just going to buy Bitcoin or whatever it is and take that instead of putting my money in miners, which can have, which are mostly influenced by crypto prices anyway, All right, guys. So again, we will see what happened. All right, guys. All right, guys. We'll see if we get anything good today, guys. Y'all be safe. What is a shelf offering? A shelf offering is okay. So when you sell shares of a stock, it's dilution, right? So anytime a company is offering shares, they are diluting themselves, right? So they are adding more shares to the float, thus diluting shares. What a shelf offering is registering that offering in advance so that the SEC doesn't come along and need to review it every time, right? So companies, especially penny stock companies, can do it for a period of years where they can drop an offering on their shareholders anytime within that period of years. That is what a mixed shelf offering is. As opposed to like an IPO, which means that it's the initial public offering. It's the initial time that shares are going to be available to the public. A mixed shelf offering is just putting that putting that dilution possibility on the shelf, if you will. That's the way you remember it. for a period of time. So you can do 3-year registration, and you can drop an offering on them essentially anytime within that 3-year period. So it's a way to basically forewarn investors in the SEC, hey, we might dilute ourselves sometime over this period of time. Not necessarily will, but they might, and they usually do, especially if they're sketchy penny stocks over a period of time. That's what it is. It's just dilution, is essentially what it is. Yeah, we got Roblox dropping their numbers in about 8 minutes. Yeah, I mean, regarding Tesla, I don't think Tesla was necessarily overvalued. I mean, if you look at the PE ratio, which is a very good metric for determining if something's overvalued or not, Tesla PE, it's not terrible, I think. Let me see what the Tesla PE ratio is. Let me check this out. Give me a second. So yeah, Tesla PE. Tesla PE ratio is about 49. And so in terms of price, it's not undervalued, that's for sure. But whether it's overvalued is arguable. I mean, let me look at this. I could look up the Tesla price manually here. So if we look at their last couple reports. All right, their last report for Tesla, they showed up at 85-cent profit plus 119 plus 105 plus 76. All right, so their trailing yearly EPS is about 385. Right, so take 385 and you take 169, which is the current price of Tesla, and you divide it by 3.85, and you get a PE ratio of about 43, 44, which is, it's higher, but it's not super overpriced. 30 is generally like the target range, but like compared to something like Amazon, for instance, right? Like Amazon has a PE ratio of over 100 right now. So, it depends on how you look at it, it's all relative to what you're comparing it to. But in terms of like super overpriced, I would say no. You could argue it's overpriced, but it's not crazy high. Like there's some worse companies out there in terms of inflation or inflated price. You know what I mean? Earnings. PayPal dumped from earnings. Ford is at $11 and Tesla at 160 a share, makes 0 cents. Yeah, no offense, Tim Jones, but you don't understand the market, sir. No offense to you. Genuine. I'm not trying to hate or be whatever. But again, you don't understand the difference between share price and amount of shares available. Correlating Ford and Tesla based off of purely the share price means that you don't understand the market. And I've seen a lot of traders that do this lately. Specifically, I've seen some AMC traders be like, hey guys, Cinemark is $16 a share. AMC is only $5. That's a problem. But it's like the reason for that is because Cinemark has 4 times less shares out there, than AMC. AMC's got 500 plus million. Cinemark's got like 100 million. And so, yeah, 5 times less shares out there. And so when you subtract that aspect of it, they're pretty even, honestly, in terms of market cap, in terms of price. And same thing with Ford, right? The reason Ford is at freaking $11 is because there's so many shares out there. Yeah, Tim, no offense, dude. You still, the fact that you still don't understand why I said that, Tim, no offense, brother. It's all good here. But I guess for whatever reason, I think people rush to claim to be market experts, right? No offense to you, Tim. It's all love here, bro. It really is, man. But just listen to what I'm about to say. For whatever reason, in the stock market community, more so than a lot of other sectors, people rush to claim to be experts before they really are. Okay, so there's a difference between share price, Tim, and market cap. Okay, like for instance, Chipotle is a $2,000 stock, sir. Apple is 160. You think Apple is worth less than Chipotle? You think Chipotle is worth, 10 times, 15 times more than Apple? Of course not. You know why? It's because Chipotle only has, 30 million shares out there? Apple's got billions. And so there's a difference there, man. There's a difference. And again, for everybody at home, share price does not equal value. Okay? It all has to do with how many shares are floating around out there, right? So if there's a billion shares out there, the share price could be less. If there's less shares out there, the share price is going to be more to compensate for it. A real gauge of value is market cap, right? You want to look at market cap to determine it. And so there's a difference. Now, I hope people listen, but again, no offense, but I'm going to use Tim. Tim gets defensive and says, I make $5K a month. No, you don't. Number one, if you don't know what market cap is and what float means, you can claim whatever you want. But again, kids, stop rushing to claim to be market experts, okay? Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions here. But stop rushing to claim to be market experts, all right? We're on the internet, guys. People can say whatever they want, but, you got to look at things objectively. Look at market cap. That's what you look at, all right? Anyways, I digress. Back to the normal topic. Amazon up to 106, super high PE ratio. We'll see what it does. Tesla, 169.05. 169.05. Again, we'll see if that holds too. Yeah, I make $30,000 a day, trading Apple. You know what I mean? We could say things too. Maybe he's right. Listen, I'm not discounting him. Maybe he does. All right, maybe he does. I'm not saying he does. Maybe he does. I won't be a hater here. Anyways, we got 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Let's see what Roblox shows. Roblox might move the market here, but it's not going to move it that much. $37 a share. Roblox has had a tough time. I don't really play Roblox. My kid plays Roblox. My son does. Why does everybody find that unbelievable? It's not that we find that unbelievable, but if you don't know the difference between market cap and share price, you're probably not really making $5,000 a month, bro. No offense, but maybe you do. Like I said, maybe you do. I don't know. That's it, John. I already made $50K in pre-market. Hey, make your money, sir. Have you ever noticed the PE ratio of AMD? All right, guys. Hey, here goes Roblox numbers. Roblox numbers are dropping in about 20 seconds here. And so give me 1 second. We're going to cover Roblox numbers. We'll see if they come out positive or negative. Expectations for Roblox right now are 42-cent loss per share on 766 million in sales. Again, we'll see if Roblox comes in high or low here. They're supposed to drop their numbers right now. And then we got about 30 minutes before CPI comes out. So be ready, guys. All right, there goes Roblox. Look at the number dip. So Roblox down here, reacting negatively to earnings, all the way down to 3360s here, 3360s for Roblox. Let me scroll down and see what the numbers showed up as. All right, so the Roblox numbers are definitely out. They posted a first quarter loss per share of 44 cents, revenue of 655 million. So way lower than expected revenue. Higher than expected loss per share and lower than expected revenue here. So they missed on both metrics, both revenue and EPS here. And they are down big from it. So Roblox missed, and they are dropping drastically here from this miss in pre-market, down to $33 a share here, $33 a share. Again, they posted 655 million versus 766 million. So a pretty big miss in terms of revenue. Their loss per share was about 2 cents higher than expected as well. So they lost more than expected in terms of earnings. And they have lower revenue as well. So SPY dipping down a little bit. But yeah, dropping here. We'll see if it holds. But Roblox, bad numbers here. I buy the dip. Maybe. I'm not buying the dip in Roblox. Actually, my son made the best call out of Roblox ever. My son basically said, so my son came on stream the other day. Or not the other day. My son came on stream. This must have been like 8 or 9 months ago. And my son came on stream and I asked him, I said, hey, Jack, and this was when Roblox was like $80. We'll be able to tell where it was at the time because my son made this prediction. Maybe it was over a year ago. Yeah, so this was back when Roblox was $80 a share. So this was in January of 22. Maybe it was in February. So this was about a year ago. A year ago, my son looked at Roblox and I said, hey, Jack, where do you think Roblox is going to be in a few years? And Jack said, I think it's going to be about half the price, which is at about $40. And so fast forward a year later, my 9-year-old son was correct about Roblox. Roblox is down over that. So he was right about the weakness. And I guess he understands more than anybody because he plays Roblox. He basically thought that they weren't gonna evolve, and he was right. So Roblox is down. Not saying I want that, but Roblox is gapping down here. We'll see if it holds. But yeah, Roblox missed EPS, missed sales. Tesla dipping down a little bit. SPY cracked under the volume weighted average price. We'll see if that holds as well. Yeah, Tim, man, listen, it's obvious you don't understand market cap. Like, you arguing with me is, silly, man. You're obviously offended by it, and that's okay, man, because you kind of made yourself look dumb on the internet, and that's all right, bro. Listen, it's all good. It's all good here. It's all love, man. Instead of getting mad at the people trying to correct you, why not just listen to what they say? You obviously didn't understand what the difference between price dictating value of a company versus market cap. And that's a very obvious thing. Everybody in here recognized that you didn't understand that. And so acting like you did out of pride and then getting your feelings hurt and then using that as a way to argue with me, it just shows that you're too immature to really learn. And that's all good, bro. Listen, it's all love, man. Go do your homework, kid. All right? That's what I'm saying to you. Good day to you, sir. Get your good day, sirs, out in chat. That's the first ban we've had in a while. Good day to you, sir. Again, look up what market cap is, kid. Yeah, my son was absolutely right. I did that as nice as I could, as nice as I could. Yeah, good day to you, sir. Look, we got some emojis here. There you go. Good day to you, sir. Look at the SPY right back over the volume weighted average price. Over at 410s, 410.60. Again, we'll see if it holds. It basically rebounded back. What large cap company, though, is moving this? Because remember, the S&P 500 is made of large caps. So let's look at Apple. Apple testing the previous closing price. Let's look at Microsoft. Tesla's not up enough to drag the market up this much. What blue chip is moving the market up right now, guys? Does anybody know? Let's look at Nvidia. Not really. Walmart, Tesla, Amazon. Yeah, you can still watch. Google? Let me look. None of those are moving up big here. I'm trying to see what made this candle move on the market is what I'm looking at. Not Apple. Apple's moving up some. Maybe that's it. Nah, he's not at school yet. It's still pretty early. Yeah. And what happens, though, is like you got kids gambling. And this is really what happens here. It's like you got these young kids and they gamble away. And they might make $5,000 on a trade. But then like young people really have a tendency to make like $5,000 on a trade. And then just be like, yo, I make $5,000 in a month. And it's like, yeah, you might have done that 1 month. But like acting like you're consistently making $5K a month is just misleading. And that's generally what happens with people like that. Like that's what happens is he might have made $5K gambling on something, and then now he's trying to act like he's just the next stock market expert, about to have the course of all courses coming out. And again, my job is to help you guys. So again, Chipotle, $2,000 stock. You think it's more expensive than Tesla? You think it's more expensive than Apple? You think it's more highly valued than Tesla or Apple? Of course not. SPY moving up though. It's at 410s. Yeah, Microsoft honestly is up way too much, dude. Microsoft is up crazy high. It's up too much for me to really want to buy it. It's at 307s. Yeah, definitely top 3. I swear this is so true. Yeah, you know it. Hey, bud. How you doing, man? All right, dude. Love you, buddy. I was talking about your Roblox call today, bro. You were right. Look at Roblox right here, man. Check Roblox out. So you said it would drop by half. It's down under half. So it's at 30s. So nice work, buddy. Love you, bud. Have a good day at school, man. There he is. The GOAT. All right, Jack. Love you, buddy. All right. So, yeah. So Roblox down there at 32s. Yeah, I don't ever play Roblox. I'm too old for that. But Jack plays it sometimes. 4.9%. Maybe. We'll see. Here, let me send out this link here. Hold on. I got my mortgage buddy friend coming on stream today too. Let me send him the link. There we go. CPI is not out. It comes out in 22 minutes. Every report, people say it's leaked and they say all this stuff. It's never leaked. They're usually wrong. I promise you guys, listen, if CPI was leaked, the market would move much more than it has. So yeah, it's not out. All right, so the GOP leaders of the House Financial Services and House Agricultural Committees are hashing out a bill that will attempt to reset the regulatory jurisdictions of the SEC and CFTC in the crypto space, according to Politico. Good, bad? What do you guys think? Rivian CEO sees possibility of future partners, but current Amazon partnership is exclusive, according to CNBC. And yeah, Roblox is down. Again, we can put up Tesla here. Tesla consolidating right under the previous closing price. Berkshire Hathaway is over 100K, or Warren Buffett's not even cool. Bruh, Burke. I mean, I don't know. You can get Class B shares for about 320, 324. Class A shares are about 500,000 right now. So yeah, here's Berkshire Class A shares. If you don't know what Berkshire Hathaway, it's Warren Buffett's company. Look, here's Class B, and then here's Class A. 499K for Class A shares, bro. Even if I had it, I wouldn't buy a share of that. I mean, honestly, the reason people buy it, though, is obvious. Is that this is Berkshire Hathaway shares. You want to see why people buy this, right? You want to see why people buy it? This is the 10-year chart for Burke Class A. It's gone from 131,000 back in 2012 to 500K. So in 10 years, it has basically 4x'd in 10 years. Impressive. In 10 years, that's pretty good. That means it's averaging 25% gains a year from Berkshire Hathaway shares. That's great, honestly. If you want to see why people buy it, if you want to see why it's so expensive, that's why. It's because people understand the value. Even on when the market's losing on the year, Burke is still up on the year. So that is why Berkshire Hathaway shares are so valuable. Never gonna give you up. Hey, that's a good one, Corey. I fell for it. Corey says there was some info leaked. The Fed just released that they are never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. My guy. How much will the Dow fall if CPI data is not expected? Raul, you got to give me specifics, brother. What if CPI comes in high, low? If CPI comes in high, the Dow's probably gonna drop. Probably. We don't know for sure, but probably. If the Dow comes in low, or I'm sorry, if CPI comes in light relative to expectations, the Dow will probably go up. Probably. Again, we don't know for sure. We're just speculating. You never really know. But again, high numbers are bad. It means high inflation. It means inflation problems. Low numbers are better. It means low inflation problems. Here's the Q. So here's tech. Tech is pretty neutral on the day. SPY's starting to head up. It's over the 200 EMA now. Hey, Big Short, great movie. Yeah, I heard the rumor. Cryon says rumors of the SEC will stop short selling like they did in 07. I heard it was only for banks. So I heard they're going to stop shorts on banking. But that's it. Again, maybe it's just rumors, but that's what I'm hearing, is that they're going to stop it specifically on banking only. Kids are dropping out of college because of Reddit pump and dumps, making a small bag now, full-time trader with Robinhood. Yeah, I mean, again, I get it. Young people, and what's unfortunate is that a lot of young people fall for it. Like a lot of young people, like they relate to young people more. So you got some dude claiming to be some market expert. I promise you, no 18-year-old with braces is a stock market expert. You know, they might claim to make 20 or 30K a month. They're making that selling you a course is what they're making that on. And again, they might flash fancy cars, mansions, Rolexes, all that stuff. They are selling you a dream and trying to get you to buy it. And don't be gullible. Don't buy it. You know, recognize it. Don't be gullible, guys. All right. I'm not saying all of them are not making it. Maybe there's some of them that are, but you know, it's unlikely. You know. Please stop spamming, Anthony. You'll get banned, sir. Yeah, definitely top 3 stock movies of all time. Honestly, Big Short is probably top. It's either Margin Call or Big Short at the top 2, followed by Wolf of Wall Street, number 3. Yeah, they rent cars, mansions, take a bunch of videos, buy a bunch of nonsense, claim to be market experts, sell a bunch of naive traders a dream, 5K a course, and then ride off into the sunset. Most of it's publicly available information too. It's like Googled information. Here's the reality of it. Again, I've said this before. You can find almost all the stuff that you're going to find in those courses on the internet for free right now, right? I'm not saying you could Google some of that stuff and Google ABC's penny stock course and get the course for free online somewhere. I'm not saying you could ever do that. I would never recommend you guys find that stuff on Google for free without having to pay thousands of dollars for nonsense. I would never, ever recommend that, of course. You know what I mean? But like, you know, Google is cool sometimes. Bitcoin up to 27.7 thousand. Let's see if it rips up again. Again, a low CPI is going to mean positive action in Bitcoin. High CPI is going to mean worse reaction in Bitcoin. And again, the real question today, I think, is are you paying more attention to core CPI or regular CPI data? Core or regular CPI? Which one? Can I say the movies again? We got Big Short probably at the top. Margin Call probably number 2. Wolf of Wall Street number 3. I'm going to go with Boiler Room number 4. Yeah, and that's about it. Core. So core or regular, guys? Let me know. All right, guys. SPY at 410.70s. Bitcoin. We can look at gold as well. Hey, y'all hit the like button. Yeah, looking at our poll numbers. We got a poll number on Twitter. Our YouTube poll has got about 2,300 votes here. About 2,300 votes. Let me refresh this. Yeah, my YouTube poll's got about 2,300 votes. 42% think we're going to come in high. 32% think we're going to come in low, and 26% think we're going to come in neutral, as expected. We did a poll on Twitter as well. 47% think we're going to come in higher than expected. 34% think we're going to come in low. 44% think we're going to come in high. 34% think we're going to come in low, and 22% think as expected here. SPY's starting to push up ahead of this. We still got 13 minutes, guys. SPY's starting to move a little bit here. Can I sell gold? I mean, you could. I don't know if you can. All right, guys. CPI data, 10 minutes, about 12 minutes, 13 minutes exactly. You know what a TD Ameritrade needs is fractional shares. I would probably buy at least a pretty good position of Berkshire Hathaway fractional shares if they let me. What's your personal prediction for CPI today? I'm going to go with this number. Again, I have no idea what the number is going to come in. But last CPI, I was actually correct. If you guys remember, I think last time I said 5% and we came in at 5%. I'm going to go with 5.1% today. For CPI data. I'm going to go with 5.1%. Again, I might be wildly wrong, but I'm going to go with 5.1%. Again, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I might be wildly wrong about everything. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, guys. Again, I might be wildly wrong about this data, but hit the sub button, guys. Again, I have no idea what we're going to show. Hopefully it's positive, but again, I really have no idea. I'm going to go with 5.1%. Core, I'm going to go with 0.3%. Yeah, make sure you hit the live button next to the play button. I'm not always right. I'm definitely top 3 most right ever, but not always. 3.5%. I mean, that would be great if it was. It's unlikely. All right, guys. All right, SPY pulling back here. Bitcoin moving up a little bit. We got 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes. We got about 2,000 people here. About 2,000 people. If you haven't yet, hit the sub button. Tension building. That's right. Lower than expected would be bullish. Hey, thank you, UV. I appreciate it, man. Berkshire Hathaway. Oh, there we go. Hey, what's up, Ben? How you doing, man?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool.
Yeah, man. So inflation data coming out in about 10 minutes. Expectations are 5% on the year. A lot of people are going to look at core data. And Ben, for those that don't know, Ben is a mortgage broker here in Texas. And so he, watches these numbers close as well. What do you expect for these numbers, Ben?
Well, like we were talking about last week, I think people were thinking the replacement data was going to be a big factor. But the experts that I follow are starting to think that that's a little too early for the replacement data to be big. And they readjusted everything down to, about 5. Or up to 5. They thought it was going to be a little bit bigger of a move down. There's still a lot of upward pressure on there. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, a lot of people, like, one thing that we were looking at today was sugar prices, man. Sugar, and this is this data is from this is April's data, right? So we get the previous month's data, today. So this is April's data. One thing we were looking at is cane. Cane prices. Love you. Have a good day. Yeah, you look great. Love you. Have a good day at school. But yeah, so sugar. So cane is sugar. So it's sugar ETF here. You can look at sugar over the last year. Sugar prices have skyrocketed over the last couple months here. Sugar has gone up about 40% since March. So for sugar prices, so if that is any indication on, or any if that's any foreshadowing on what we might get for today's data,
we'll see. So one of the big parts to look at is core. So core CPI is excluding energy and food. I don't know if I like looking at that data because that data is really some of our consumers' biggest purchases are energy and food, right? So fuel, basically gas and food, make up some of the largest purchases that we'll do. So I like looking at base CPI, and I think that's what most people look at. But core CPI is an interesting thing to watch here for sure as well.
Yeah, do you look much at the month over month changes too?
Yeah, we'll look at month over month. So month over month is expected at 0.4% for core and 0.4% for regular. So month over month, they're expecting 0.4%.
Yeah, a lot of people were predicting 0.3 up until, just recently. 0.4 is general consensus, but then over the weekend, Goldman Sachs and Chase both revised their predictions to 0.43 and 0.47. So that's why a lot of people they have access to data a little bit sooner than most people. So that's why a lot of banks and mortgage predictor people were adjusting a little bit further up than they thought.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, JP Morgan especially. They are after the First Republic acquisition, they are huge now, and yeah, they've just got much better data than we do. Month over month, I think a lot of people look at month over month as well, more than year over year. But yeah, 0.4%. Last time we did, if we're looking at data here, so last time we did 0.4% for core. Last yearly core report, we did 5.6%. We're today expecting for year over year core CPI at 5.5. So we're expecting to go down for core CPI year over year at 0.1% drop. For base CPI, last time we did 5%, and this time we're expecting 5% as well. We are showing an increase in base CPI month over month. So last month, last report, yeah, it was 0.1%. That is going up about 0.3% to 0.4% month over month this time. So that's interesting here as well. My bet is 5.1%. Again, I'm just kind of guessing here. I have no idea if that's what we're actually going to show, but 5.1% is, what we're looking at.
I think that's about right. Somebody in the chat said JP Morgan said 4.9. Yeah, I was looking at data that they released on Sunday, so they might have changed that a little bit.
Yeah. So somebody said, I have a camper rental business. Other owners of RVs are lowering their prices to get renters. So is the rental market going down a little bit? I know, I just kind of helped my mom get into a house. So I kind of got her a house so she could have a yard for her dog. And the rent was pretty cheap where she was paying it. So I don't know. I'll have to check rental prices. See what they're doing short term. 5% is neutral. Yeah, so 5% is the neutral number, right? So if we come in 5%, that will be what's considered neutral. Under 5% will technically be considered, and this is for base CPI, not core. Core is expected at 5.5%. But for base CPI, 5% is the neutral number. We come in under 5%, that's going to be better than expected. We come in over 5%, that'll be considered worse than expected. And again, 5% is neutral. We got about 5 minutes left. Speaking of fives, about 5 minutes left. I did buy a little dip in PayPal here. Part of me is wondering whether I'm going to take a little bit of this off just because we're green. I don't trust the CPI report, so yeah, I'm going to take half of that off. PayPal's just down so much. It's got beat down from about $80 down to $66 from earnings. So we ended up buying a little bit of the dip there. Yeah, MS going long on Bitcoin. Neutral means sideways. Yeah, we don't really know how the market's going to respond. We really don't. We don't know if the market's going to come in good, come in bad. We don't know. I know tomorrow we have PPI data, which is the other side to this coin, right? We get CPI is consumer inflation, like how much prices have gone up for consumers or down. PPI is the producer price index. So it's how much prices have gone up or down for producers or sellers. So tomorrow we get the other side to this. And so again, y'all subscribe, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. I'm going to throw it in sub-only mode. I forgot to do sub-only mode just now. So we're going to throw it in sub-only mode. So again, subscribe if you haven't yet. We cover all the major economic data quickly. Thousands of people tune into this because we cover the data fast. We cover the data quick. And so again, subscribe if you haven't yet. Hit the notification bell. We got 3.5 minutes until the data comes out. About 3.5 minutes. We got 2,700 people here. Got to follow the charts. Market makers will want to go any direction they want to steer. Well, short term, sure. But when you zoom out, you should see reasonable reactions to it. Why does he like to take trades off just before the news? Well, because this could do a lot of different things to the market. You know, this could influence the market heavily. Like if CPI comes in high, all blue chips are going to follow. Not all of them, but a majority of them will follow the market activity we get today, right? So if we come in really hot for inflation, PayPal's probably going to drop more. And so I'm just reducing my position as kind of a hedge, limited risk, if that makes sense. Yeah, we got 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes. Hey, what's up, Shepard? Best channel for instant data. Hey, we try. Yeah, so basically what you said last time is that like this inflation data, how is that going to affect mortgages?
Well, the lower the number is, the lower rates go. I mean, the Fed wants rates lower, but it's not immediate. And when information is released this early, it doesn't cause big knee-jerk reactions because the bond market's not even open until 30 more minutes. So it might be a good opportunity for some people to get some, open scalping in or whatever. But when there's later in the day information, you see big swings up and down, but we're not going to have to worry about that right now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it makes sense. I banked on PayPal puts. Yeah, PayPal, again, it's just down so much here. All right, guys, we got about 3,100 people here. We got 2 minutes left, guys, 2 minutes left. I'm going to go ahead and pause this countdown timer because it has a habit of going off right when the data's announced. I'm going to get my sources up here so I can be ready to catch the data as soon as it drops. And again, if you guys hear the data, let me know. But I am bringing different sources up so that we can kind of cover this as fast as possible. All right, guys. Yeah, so we have, inflation mortgages rate data came out today. I forgot about this. So mortgages came in at 6.48%, 6.48% this morning. So last time it was 6.5%. So they dropped 0.02% relative to the previous one.
Yeah, that's probably with a little under a point in fees these days. That's kind of what they quote for the nationwide average with good credit. That's like a conforming loan, not a government loan.
Yeah, it makes sense. All right, guys, less than a minute here, less than a minute. Let me put the charts up here. So we got that up. Again, 5% is what's expected for base CPI. 0.4% expected month over month for regular CPI. Core CPI expected to show up at 0.4% on the month and 5.5% on the year. About 40 seconds left, guys. 40 seconds. 30 seconds. Again, hit the live button next to the play button, guys. You can see the market starting to move a little bit in anticipation of this. You can see the SPY right here on the left. Q is on the middle. And then I'll put the dollar index up. I think the dollar index is pretty relevant to what goes on as well. The dollar index has a positive correlation with inflation, right? So if the number comes in high, the dollar index will probably go up. If the number comes in low, dollar index will probably go down. Again, hit the live button next to the play button, guys. The number's about to drop. Make sure you hit the live button.
Let's go.
Yeah. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. And
damn.
Yeah, market flying up right now.
Whoa. What happened there?
411s. CPI came in at 4.9%. 4.9% is what CPI came in at year over year. On the month, it came in neutral at 0.4% on the month. Core CPI came in at 5.5% and 0.4% on the month. So everything was neutral except for base yearly CPI, which came in at 4.9%, so lower than expected inflationary data here. And you can see the Q and you can see the SPY fly up here on the lower than expected inflation data. Again, core CPI neutral on both metrics. Base CPI lower than expected at 4.9% versus 5% expected. And again, we will put this up on screen, but inflation data either came in lower than expected or neutral at 4.9% is what this did. So we'll put this up on screen so you can see it.
I think that's a little lower.
Yeah, so it came in a little bit lower than expected for base. Again, core came in basically as expected, and everything else was basically as expected here. So yeah, 4.9%, guys. 4.9% is what it showed up as.
I don't know. Does that chart just make it look like a huge move on the left there, or is that
no? No, that's the S&P 500 SPY. So it's the S&P 500 ETF. So it's a big move. I mean, we went up over $2.50 a share, or about $2 a share on the SPY, which is a pretty good percentage. It's about 1%. So it's up, it's a pretty big move. The dollar index, like as we said, had a positive correlation. So lower than expected data is making the Dixie drop down here. So it's down to 101.40s right now, 101.40s for the Dixie. Again, the SPY all the way up to 412.50s here. The Q at 323s right now. So yeah, so markets are loving it. Even though it's basically slightly better than expected, markets are still liking this data for sure.
That'll help some small caps, and I mean, theoretically, maybe some crypto and things, but crypto is pretty flat right now. I'm looking at some charts.
Yeah, let me put Bitcoin up. So here's Bitcoin on the right. Bitcoin is up to 28K. So Bitcoin moved up a little bit from it. I'm gonna go ahead and take a little bit off of PayPal. Maybe I should have saved some of that position, but actually I think I'll just let PayPal ride. This should be good for PayPal in general. So I'll just let the PayPal trade sit. But yeah, market's up. I mean, it almost hit 413s. So it went up about $2.50 a share, pulled back a little bit now at 412.50s. But yeah, I mean, lower than expected data and then neutral reading. And we really have seen good inflation numbers over the past, we really have seen good inflation numbers over the past couple months relative to the last year. The last year has been rough with inflation numbers, but the last couple months have been pretty solid. So we'll see if it continues. Also, guys, just to do a sponsored plug, if you haven't already, check out Top Step. Top Step is a funded account program for futures. If you don't know, the futures market, there's no PDT restrictions. You can day trade short futures with no PDT rule. You get instant settlement. You can buy the market, sell the market, buy, bid, sell, ask, all that stuff you do in stocks, and day trade the S&P 500 with no PDT rule. It's called the E-mini in futures. In order to do that, one contract at the NASDAQ is 10 or 12,000. One contract at the E-mini, which is the S&P 500, is over $4,000. So if you want a cheaper barrier of entry, and again, most people are going to lose these funded account programs, but if you want a cheaper way to do it, try out a funded account program. Top Step is the most legitimate futures funded program. They pay millions every year to their funded traders in actual withdrawals. They fund thousands of traders a year, and they've been around for over a decade now. And so they're kind of who everybody else copies off of in that space. Again, you get the best of both worlds. If you lose, the base package on Top Step, they give you a demo and they test your skill. The base package is $50K demo, so they give you a $50K demo. If you can hit $3K in profit on that demo without losing $2K in trailing drawdown, and pass the rest of their testing, then they fund you 50 grand with a 90% split. And so if you can pass the testing, you get a 90% split anyway. You keep 90% of your profit moving forward. If you don't pass it, you probably would have lost more if you put the money up yourself. And again, I think most people are going to lose these funded challenges, but they genuinely build your skill. And I think that's kind of the point, is they teach you how to trade. They're cheap. And if you lose, it's not the end of the world, but you get a lot of the benefits if you pass it. And so again, they are a sponsor of mine. I'm certainly biased in their favor because they pay me money. But if you want to check them out, there is the link. Great way to help support the channel. I'll put the link up in chat. And yeah, market's holding its gains for the most part after the CPI report. We are currently up to about 412.40s right now, 412.40s. Let's see if we hold. We got 412.15s down here. We have that isolated low. The Q, which is a little bit more tech-based, is now pulling back some. We have Bitcoin still over 28,000. So let's watch that psychological level here. And yeah, we'll try to trade some here. We'll see if we get some good movement. I might buy the SPY right now. We're going to buy 25 shares of the SPY. It's kind of a volatile move, but we can maybe buy a little bit more on Thinkorswim here.
Yeah, BTC's up a little bit, but 1% for crypto is pretty much flat. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
I've seen these numbers make it move a ton.
Yeah, for sure. Well, CPI is usually the biggest release that we'll get. So CPI is the biggest. It's the biggest release we'll get month over month. Usually, PPI is pretty big as well, and PPI drops tomorrow. I see somebody say, what did he say? He said, "Are you people high? Nobody cares year over year." I mean, listen, Stan, I get it. You might be bearish. I get it. You might want the market to go down, and I understand that. You know what I mean? I really do. But I'm just looking at the market's reaction here, brother. You know what I mean? We got to look at the market's response. We were lower than expected, and generally lower than expected is good. Everything else, we were neutral. To put it into perspective, we didn't have one metric for inflation data today that was higher or worse than expected. Not one. So there's a nice rip up in the SPY. So we didn't have one that was worse than expected. And so, I mean, we can argue that because people are bearish, and I get it. But we didn't have one that was higher than expected. I should have took profit on that little bounce, but it's all good. This is a little bitty trade. But yeah, market's up. It's starting to test the highs. It's up to 412.80s. And again, we'll see if it actually holds. Coin looking nice. Upstart. Yeah, Bitcoin just cracked under 28K. And then we have PayPal ripping up a little bit. I'm going to take some profit on that now, I guess. Just a little bit, I guess. I'm already up, and so I might as well lock in something there. We bought this little dip. I guess I could add some more to this, but it's not going to be a lot.
Somebody's asking what the month over month for CPI was. It was 0.4, right?
Yeah,
As everybody thought.
Yeah, it was 0.4, which was as expected. So 0.4 as expected month over month. On the year, it was as expected as well. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. So not one was higher than expected. Not one. Everything was either neutral or lower than expected here for CPI.
It's interesting that JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs all of a sudden revised to 0.43 and 0.47 on Sunday, and it still came in at 0.4.
Yeah. Yeah, JP Morgan, it's been doing really well after the acquisition of FRC. I think a lot of people feared bank problems, and so that made them leave their small regional banks and move all their money to the big boys like JP Morgan. I think that's probably what happened. That's been kind of building up. So Chris, my TOS account right here. So I trade on Top Step as well, but the account y'all see me trading on right now is Thinkorswim. I've got probably close to 200,000 in buying power on Thinkorswim. The account itself has got maybe 40 or 50,000 liquid in it. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily need to get funded. You know, like I have my own funded account that has enough money to where I could basically buy hundreds of shares of the SPY if I want to. But most people don't have it like that. And again, the funded account programs are useful because it just lowers the barrier of entry. Again, I think most people are going to lose the challenge because again, they're legitimately funding you. So they're going to make it tough and they're going to, you know, it's not easy to get funded, of course. But it's one of those things that you would probably lose more if you put the money up yourself. And like, that's why it's valuable, is because it gives you some pressure, not the full extent of trading your own real money, but not just a basic paper account either. You actually have a goal. And so I think it's a really good middle ground. Like, I lost thousands of dollars when I first started trading. I wish I would have had something like this when I first started, because I would have just lost less money. I probably would have still failed the challenge, but I would have lost less. And it would have taught me how to trade a little bit in a little bit more safe way, if that makes sense. You know. Hey, what's up, Ren? Bull? Yeah, hey, market's up.
That is a cool business model, cool idea for Top Step.
Yeah, it's just a good, like, in there, once you're funded, you're regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. If you go with their real funding option, it's a cheaper way to trade. Like, people lose these challenges, and so they get mad about them and they call them scams and all this stuff. But it's like, nah, man, like, most traders, 95% of day traders are going to lose money. And so, like, those are the ones that call it names and all this stuff. They're just ones that have lost. And again, most people are going to lose, but futures can go against you so quickly. You're going to lose way more if you put the money up yourself. And so it really is something where you get the best of both worlds. Like 90%, you keep 90% of your profit once you're funded. And so you get 90% of the rewards once you're funded. But if you lose, instead of losing thousands like a lot of people would, you're only going to lose $130 and you can reset it for 100. And, you know, it's not just that. Like, they do one-on-one training. It's kind of like an entire community where they do training, they do coaching for free. You know, they have an interest in you getting funded too. So, I mean, they want you to get funded. They keep 10% of that, you know, of the profits you make.
So when do they release like the minutes? Is it at 2:00 or it's not minutes?
Oh, go ahead. I'll let you. Sorry.
Well, no. When is it? Like, I'm asking because I haven't looked.
Okay. Yeah, no. So the minutes report is a PDF file that goes live about 3 weeks after the FOMC meeting. The last FOMC meeting was early May. And the minutes report is a PDF file that goes live after that, like 3 weeks later. So we won't get the minutes report, I believe, until later on this month. I think is the next. Chat might be able to help me out. Chat, when does the minutes report come out?
That sounds right. It's because it was last week, so it should be in 4 more weeks. But they'll help you out.
Yeah, for sure.
Did anything happen later today with this data? Like, they don't interpret it or anything later today?
No. That's it. Okay. So later we have Disney earnings later on today. Okay. But yeah, for now that's basically it. You know, we just get
I got you.
We got the report. SPY just broke highs. They're tapping highs right now. So the SPY is up to 413s almost. So 412.70. Q is moving up. Bitcoin is moving up a little bit here as well. And so not too bad, guys. And again, we'll see if it holds. I truly hope it does. We'll see. You know, people get mad at me for being a bull, but like I think anybody that lives here should be bullish. They at least want the market to go up. I get people wanting the market to correct a little bit if they think we're inflated. But there we go. Look at the market pop up here. So we're going to go and take a little bit more off of this trade. Small little trade, but it's pre-market here. We'll do some heavier trading after the open. I'll go ahead and take the rest off there. We'll see if we buy another pullback here. PayPal's doing well too, so we took a little bit off of that one as well. So you trade futures on Top Step? Yeah, we'll trade futures there. It's moving slow. That means market makers have something cooking, maybe.
What are you talking about with ES? Is that like?
Oh, that's the E-mini futures contract. Yeah, so that is like so.
It's up 15. It's up like 3%.
Yeah, so here's the E-mini right here. So the E-mini is just so it's just the S&P 500. So what you'll see here is it's the same thing as the SPY. So I can put either one of these up. Like if I put them right next to each other like this, it's the exact same price action. So like I can zoom out here and kind of show you like this is the same as this, right? So and that's the edge, is that just like I traded the SPY here, you can do it in futures, right? With no PDT restrictions. So like for my account on TOS, I need at least 25,000 to be able to actively day trade that. Futures, there's no PDT restrictions. You can buy market, buy bid, sell the ask, like everything you do in stocks. You can do so in futures. You can also trade currencies. You can trade commodities like gold and silver. And again, there's no PDT restrictions. And so most pro day traders actually day trade futures over stocks because there's less restrictions, there's more liquidity, and it's just a better market to do it. And again, I'm not claiming to be the greatest day trader ever. I'm actually a better swing trader and investor than I'm a day trader, but like we do okay day trading. And again, the futures market just makes more sense. But of course, I am biased in their favor though. So of course, like I'll post the link again, but like I said, guys, I am super biased in their favor because they pay me money, and anybody in that situation is going to be biased, of course. But I really think if you have reasonable expectations for it, it makes sense. It's a lower barrier of entry where you're risking less. You still have some pressure, and trading is about learning how to perform under pressure, you know.
Yeah, other than real estate, swing trading have been all my best investments ever. I'm okay at day trading. But I saw a really good question on here. They were asking, how can we be bullish when the Fed is expecting a recession? Well, that's a great question, and it's because we're bullish because as inflation decreases, well, first of all, let's just talk about the recession. We all know that the economy is cyclical, right? And we're still overdue for a recession, but right now we've got inflation going down, so that's going to send rates down. So that means increasing the Fed funds rate worked, and they're literally increasing the Fed funds rate to create an economic slowdown or a recession.
Sure.
So you're bullish, meaning, okay, we don't have to keep raising the Fed funds rate, and it's going to be cheaper to borrow for companies coming up in the future, and inflation won't be so bad. So that's why we're bullish.
Right. It's just optimistic because prices are getting better. That's what it really is. Yeah, Chris, if you think I'm going to fall for that, you're dumb, bro. Chris out here saying, can you give my friend a shout out? I'm never saying that, dude. Never. No way, bro. Get out of here, sir. But no, absolutely right, Ben. Yeah. So the bullish action we're getting today is because optimism with regards to pricing. Pricing was a little bit better than expected. And so with better than expected pricing, people are going to be more optimistic. They're going to be able to buy more, or they're going to be able to be more optimistic in the future because of lower pricing. It also means that with better inflationary numbers, I think we'll still raise rates, but I think the odds go down the better.
Can I disagree?
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Of course.
No. Like, yeah, I think that we're done with raising rates. I mean, actually, I read somewhere that the market's already predicted 3 decreases this year. I think that's probably too much, but I think we're done with increasing the Fed funds rates for a while. That's just my opinion. Yeah.
I hope so.
if inflation keeps going down, there's really no reason to. And if a recession starts coming in, then there's no reason to. So,
right, for sure. Yeah, I hope you're right. I really do. I think I hope they pause, because we've been raising rates aggressively for a while now, and I think we have seen some slowdown. We're nowhere near the target 2% for inflation, of course, so we're still a long way away from that. But I hope we slow down in terms of rate hikes. I hope we pause, or pivot, or at least pause the rate hikes for at least 1 6-week period. And again, the next report is going to be in a couple weeks, so we'll see what happens. But I hope you're right, man. I really do.
Well, the strategy is always, though, just from Powell's perspective, or whoever's in charge at the time, the strategy is to keep raising rates as much as you possibly can until you start seeing too much of an economic slowdown. Until we get down to 2% on the inflation number. So, I mean, until we're down to 2%, theoretically, yeah, they could keep raising it. But I just think, just from what I've read, this is just my opinion, that we're done raising it. But yeah,
I hope so.
The thing about the economy these days is it's so weird. You can argue either side, up or down on anything, and there's data to support either way. But
right. No, we're in this weird market where we're both fearing a recession and inflation, and so. And what's good for one is bad for the other. And so it really is a strange market right now. And I hope you're right, man. I hope, number one, the Fed's recession prediction is based off of, the previous economic data that we got. The Fed might come out and say something completely different in the next Fed rate hike decision. And so the Fed is using historicals. And a lot of the time, the Fed will look at what's called the PCE deflator, right? The PCE data, the PCE core PCE, which is the personal consumption expenditure data. And so I hope they see this positive inflation data getting better and they slow down with their rate hikes, pause, or pivot. I really hope they do. Because especially like one of the other arguments for what Ben is saying here with regards to the Fed pausing or pivoting and going with no rate hikes is the bank problems that we've had, right? The bank worries, the FRC, all those banks struggled over the last couple months. Some of them failed. Big banks failed. It was some of the largest bank failures we've had in a long time. Some of them were the largest ever. And so one of the arguments for the Fed pausing or stopping rate hikes is just that, the bank problems, because the banks have directly said that their failures were due to the rates, the rate hikes that we've been getting. And so, I mean, it depends on, it's kind of a pick your poison situation where what do you want, less inflation or a recession? But I think the bank problems that we've had over the last couple of months might trigger, a pause or a pivot. I think that makes sense. I don't know if I think they still might do one more rate hike, but I think
that'd be the most. Yeah. That'd be the most. But I think I'm leaning towards pause. But also it's because of this replacement data that I keep talking about. The guys that showed me this, I pay for their advice. They monitor the mortgage bond market and everything. They just said that they were thinking that May 10th was going to be the day that the replacement data was going to start showing up. So meaning what the costs were 12 months ago. But I guess the BLS changed the way that they calculated some of the inflation data in February. And so that might delay it until June or July. But
right.
That's going to put downward pressure on inflation numbers, not real inflation. And then, of course, 43% of that inflation number is housing or shelter costs. And the majority of that is housing. And all that data lags because of 12-month leases. And I think that we're going to start seeing more buying pressure. I'm already seeing in our local market. I mean, one of my clients wanted to put an offer on a house on Monday because it was listed on Sunday, and they had 40 offers on that.
Yeah, so, man, that's crazy.
The whole market, across the country is different, but we are going to have more, what are they called? Competing buyers for houses and a lack of inventory, which is going to send those back up, the shelter costs back up, but that lags a year.
Yeah. So, and the commercial market's in trouble too, man. And again, mostly from specifically because, since the pandemic, a lot of people have worked from home. I think that change in brick and mortar stores is, impacting commercial real estate. It hasn't commercial been getting hit super heavily, right?
Yeah. That's been in trouble since the pandemic.
Yeah.
But it's still office space. Yeah, that's pretty tough right now, or just any commercial development. the cost of borrowing funds to build is just like it's doubled or tripled. The debt service on loans to build commercial products has just increased so much that everybody has to increase their costs to make up for the borrowing costs.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense, man. And guys, if you want more retail or if you want more real estate stuff, Ben and I created a real estate channel. It still says my name, but him and I are going to run it. We're trying to think of a good name right now, but go sub to it right now. I'll put the link up in chat. There is the link right here. Go sub to our real estate channel. If you don't know, again, Ben is a mortgage broker here in Texas. And so if you need to buy a home, if you're interested in getting a mortgage, he's one of the best here in Texas. So you can go to applywithben.com or email him at ben or applywithben@gmail.com. So go check it out. I'll put those up in chat as well. But yeah, I'm also a real estate agent as well. And so I'll put my website link up too if anybody needs a realtor here in Texas, or even if you're out of state, even if you're out of the country, if you're looking to buy a home, I can research the high closing, high performing agents in your area and refer you to some of the best ones. And so that's always an option. I referred somebody in Louisiana the other day. So yeah, that's an option as well. And so I'll put all our links up and stuff like that data here. Let me put this up. I got to put my full name and then.
What are our thoughts on crypto leaving the US? Well, I was hoping that it was going to help our local economy here in Texas because we had some pretty relaxed rules, but these new rules about taxing crypto, I mean, they're going to go somewhere. I'm just looking at Riot and Marathon to see how they're affected.
I think they have earnings today too. Somebody said, I think they might be after hours.
But they're probably going to be hurt because they're based here in the United States. And that tax is something like 30% or something. Did I get that right? I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's excessive for sure. But again, I'm one of those, like, they're miners. And so I've been watching those for years and years, but they're just kind of moving with crypto, man. They're volatile just like crypto is. They make money when Bitcoin goes up. When Bitcoin goes down, they start losing money. And so interesting. I've been watching those for years and years. They do have earnings today. So Riot is expecting, Mara earnings are today. Mara is expecting 10 cent loss per share. And so EPS is profitability. It's basically their margins, how profitable the company is. And so again, Mara is expecting to lose 10 cents per share in EPS they get good revenue though, about 50 million, about 48.9 million in revenue. So that's what they're expecting today. We'll see if they hit it or not. We'll cover those this evening too, for their earnings report. We got Disney earnings today too that we'll be covering as well. We're in Texas. I am in Houston, the Woodlands, Spring, Texas, Conroe area.
H-Town.
Yeah.
Represent.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Houston's great too, man. Houston's got some good food. If y'all ever in Houston, go to El Rey. It's kind of a Cuban Mexican place. It's super good. Crypto isn't leaving. Coinbase might be. Coinbase is going out of state or out of country, and I don't really blame them. I don't really blame them. They opened up a perpetual crypto exchange overseas, and I get it too, which is kind of like futures, like margin crypto trading. Bitcoin, speaking of that though, Bitcoin's starting to move up. Bitcoin at 28.2 thousand. E-mini right now at about 4160s here, 4160. So we got some movement there too. Hey man, Kevin, listen, you need a realtor, bro. Holler at me, man. Yeah, you can see our data there below. I've got a website too. If y'all want to contact me, y'all can just reach out to me at beginnertrading@gmail.com if y'all want. I've got a real estate email address y'all can use as well. I also have a website too. Let me find it.
Scrooston.
Yeah, I moved here. I'm from Louisiana originally. So yeah, there's the website if you want to check it out. But yeah, I'm from Louisiana originally, but I love Texas. Again, I wouldn't. Baton Rouge. I'm from Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge is just rough right now. Kind of a rough place to live. So is New Orleans, and so I love Texas. Texas is great. Good economy. House prices are cheap.
Yeah, John and I have a lot in common.
Yeah.
Wifey and her family, they're from Baton Rouge, but I was born here in the Woodlands.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Baton Rouge is fun, man. Go Tigers, Yeah, listen, it's hot here, Kevin. Yeah. Tigers have been doing all right. We got the new coach, Kelly. He's doing all right. We got Daniels. I think he's coming back for quarterback. He's got some good legs. Not the best arm, but, LSU though, basketball, women's basketball doing well too. Saints, I don't even want to talk about the Saints. Astros have been losing too, honestly. So
Yeah, there's no income tax in Texas. That's why people like it, but property taxes are high.
Property taxes definitely make up for it. So yeah, you don't have to pay state income tax here, but property taxes are super high relative to Louisiana. Like my dad pays like $2,000 a month or $2,000 a year in property tax for like a pretty big home, nice house. Here, whew, it's high. What's the rate where we are? The rate is like 2 point.
Yeah, it's pretty low here too, but it averages across the city from 1.8% to 3.8%.
Yeah.
The newer places have higher property taxes, but it's some of the highest in the country.
But yeah, you can, like I said, I'll help you. If you want, just email me at beginnertrading@gmail.com. We might be lagging a little bit here, guys. If we are, my apologies.
Is that me?
No, it looks like it's me here. It might be the weather here. The weather's kind of rough here in Texas.
Yeah.
I think it's better now, but it looks like it struggled for a second, but we're back. But yeah.
Is it just John lagging or is that me? Both of us? What's up, chat? I'm doing a speed test right now to see if it's me, but just let me know in chat if everybody can hear just me or John. Oh, okay. I don't even know if you guys can hear me right now.
Right now.
Okay, yeah. You were lagging. All right.
Yeah, it's storming. It's storming over here where I am. So it's raining pretty rough right now. That's what it is. And so it's just storming here. The weather, if you look outside, I'll try to point the camera to outside, but it's storming pretty bad right now. So y'all just bear with me, stick around. We'll come back pretty soon. Okay, well, so Ben's here.
Yeah, what's up? You go.
Yeah, so Ben, you just keep talking. If your internet's working better than mine, just keep talking. At least you're working. Yeah, it looks like I'm back.
I'm not as good as you, though. They don't want to hear me. Fix your.
You'll get there, bro. You'll get there, man.
No, I'm just kidding. But they keep asking about gold, and all I have to say about these CPI numbers is they usually don't have a direct correlation to gold, like in the short term. But I mean, gold's just always a good. You got to have some gold and cash these days, sure, just to diversify.
Yeah. Oh man, I forgot I was holding gold a little bit. I might take a little bit off here. I am holding gold. So gold actually reacted very positively to this report here. You can kind of see gold actually went up from about, not a huge reaction, but what I've noticed is that gold tends to follow the S&P 500 because they're all inflationary hedges, right? And gold, real estate, the S&P, they're all hedging inflation. The job is to keep up with inflation. And gold has actually outperformed the S&P 500 over the last 20 years. Like the S&P 500 is about 3x over the last 20 years, 2000. Gold has like 4.5x, if I remember correctly here. I'll have to look to see, but gold has done really well.
Damn, BTC is pumping. Sorry. If it's up to almost 28,575. So I was going to try to stream without my phone so I wasn't distracted, but I got to have it to look stuff up. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab it.
Okay. Yeah, all good. Yeah. Bitcoin up to 28.3K. Gold doing well too. That's what I'm saying. Like every CPI report, and again, I'm not against the bearish traders here. I'm not, but like every CPI report, no matter what it is, bears try to say, it's not good. Like if base CPI is good, but core is bad, they'll bring up the core. If both are good, they'll bring up the last one, the last time it happened. So it's like, in the end, CPI report is overwhelmingly positive here. It's either neutral or positive. Base CPI was lower than expected. Core CPI was neutral. And so we'll put this number up on the screen here, and we'll put all this data up on screen. We'll put all this data up on screen so you guys can catch it. But yeah, basically core came in neutral. Let me put this up. .4% as expected. year over year, came in at 5.5% as expected. And yeah, so we'll put this data up on screen so you can catch it, guys. But yeah, everything basically came out as expected.
I mean, a little lower. That's why everything's up a little bit. I think 5, everybody thought. I mean, early in the month, I was thinking like 4.8 or maybe even 4.75 or something like that.
Right.
But, you know.
Yeah, I remember you came to me saying, and I didn't know if I believed you too. You said you thought it would come in lower, but you were right. It did come in a little bit lower. So, but yeah, gold, I'm going to go ahead and take a little bit more off of this. I don't know. Maybe I'll keep holding gold. There we go. We got unloaded a little bit there. Catching back up on chat. Free fall.
Yeah, gold and silver and all that, they're supposed to be the most stable. But I remember a couple of years ago, silver went crazy.
Yeah.
It just started skyrocketing. It was fun.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, man. Yeah, so MS, dude. MS. So every CPI report, MS comes here and he tells me his trade in a donation ahead of time. Today he said he was longing Bitcoin ahead of the CPI report. And bro, I swear every single time you're accurate, bro. You're right, MS. So MS donated 100 Australian dollars to me this morning and said he was longing Bitcoin ahead of the CPI report. And hey, man, listen, you were right. So congrats, dude. I hope you made money, brother. Sounds like you did. And then I remember the last time you were right about it as well. So congrats, man. Great trade. Good call, man.
So you're going to go get some El Rey. It's on you. Some tacos with
Dude, it's so far away. I used to live right in downtown Houston. And so I used to go to the El Rey on Shepherd. If all my Houstonians know, you know. But it's so far away now. On 610, and it's just so far away though. It's like a 40-minute drive, and so I just don't eat it that much. The last time we went to the zoo a couple months ago, the last time I ate it was then, you know. But and where I am, we've got like Rudy's barbecue is pretty solid. Culver's, man, I like Culver's. We used to have one right down the street, but now it moved. Wait until the market opened, then this guy changed his tune. Listen, man, bears, y'all got to stop acting like this is the blood and Crips here, okay? Like, I don't care which way the market goes. It's not like I'm, like, super extended on the long side here. Like, all I'm saying is that y'all are arguing against market direction here. Maybe the market reverses. That's true. You know, it's not like I'm even super against that. I think people get emotional about their positions, and so they start acting like bears and bulls are the blood and Crips, and that's ridiculous, man. Like, again, I'll probably short the market at the open if it breaks down, and so it's not like I'm not going to take a short trade. You know, all I say generally is that I want the market to go up long term, and most people that live here should want the market to go up. And in fact, the biggest edge you'll ever get is the S&P 500 is going to give you about 5 to 12% a year on average, including crashes in between, you know, 5 to 12%. And so what does that mean if that includes crashes? That means that when we're not crashing, the market's giving you more than that on a yearly basis. And so I'm not a trader that's going to trade against that long-term edge. You know, and I think anybody that does trade against that long-term edge in the S&P 500, and when I say long-term, I truly mean long-term, over like a 5 to 10 year period. I think if anybody's betting that the market's going to go down over a 5+ year period, that's kind of a sucker's bet. I think that's a bet for people who, you know, get talked into being Michael Burry, and maybe Michael Burry's right, but he hadn't been right yet. Don't fight the trend. And again, to clarify, I think we might drop later on this year. I'm not saying the market's not going to go down this year. What I'm saying is we're not there yet. And getting mad at me for reporting the data is ridiculous. And again, gold, pull it back. We'll see if we buy it. Sorry, go ahead.
I saw somebody say that it requires more hikes to get to 2%. Well, I mean, there's a lot of factors, but it could definitely get to 2%. Inflation could get to 2% without any more hikes. But it's all the outside factors, like what does the Dow do? Are we going to war? Are we stopping war? All that type of stuff. We don't know what's going to happen with the external factors, but I don't know. Somebody else said Houston's huge. It's like 5 times the size of a normal city. I was visiting Singapore, and the tour guide was just basically like, Oh, you live in Houston? Just your city is bigger than our country. So just so you know, like
It's huge, bro. The suburbs around Houston and the Houston Harris County is huge. It really is. It's very large relative to like most big cities. People used to act like that towards me in trade groups. Yeah, man. I think, like I said, for whatever reason, and again, I'm not hating on bears. I understand being bearish. I really do. But for whatever reason, bears are usually like the name callers, the emotional ones, the ones that get mad at you for just reporting on data and talking about what the market is doing. Like, again, I can say, hey, guys, the market's moving up. You know, the CPI data came in mostly positive, and they're going to say, oh, nah, it wasn't positive, because they don't want the market to go up. And it's all good here. Like, to me, I am really pretty neutral here. I've already taken profit on the SPY trade that I was in long. I've taken most of the profit on PayPal. I'm still holding a little bit of gold. So it's not like if the market drops, I'm going to get punished for it. I just think I got to report on the data that it showed. And the data overwhelmingly showed either better than expected or as expected data. So it was neutral mostly, but with slightly positive. Hey, my guy, man. Hey, man, a huge donation again, man. Thank you so much, dude. He said, another $100. Hey, he said, bro, I only read the chart and try to guess if the news will be good or bad. I am not a bear or bull. I follow the chart in my experience to read the chart. I am longing 50 Bitcoin from 27,625 on Bybit. That is why I only trade Bitcoin. Thanks again for your quick data release. Hey, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Hey, I get it, man. Listen, do your thing. I'm happy for you, man. I really am. You're donating money to me, so I truly appreciate it, man. Let me see. So yeah, man. Thank you so much.
Bond market opened, mortgage-backed security bond market opened at 8, and it's the same rate is about 35 bips cheaper than it was yesterday when the market closed, and that's a really small move, or maybe like 20 or 30 bips cheaper. It's changing, but that's a really small move for big data releases like this.
Right.
So it was pretty much expected.
Yeah, makes sense. There we go. We're both on an uptrend over the past year, downtrend over the past 2 years, uptrend for more than 3 years. Right, exactly. Like, it depends. You can always isolate a specific direction, but again, I just try to report on what the data shows.
I wonder what they changed in February. I'll look that up. Somehow they changed something with how the inflation numbers were calculated in February. I'll look it up though.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Alden Woods. Oh, you're in Alden Woods? Hey, nice, man. Can you
Alden
explain
Bridge?
Yeah, Alden Bridge. I used to live in Alden Woods. I don't live there anymore. It came in as expected. Well, some of it did, Sean. Again, to put it into perspective, guys, we'll read this again. April data, year over year, 4.9% versus 5%. So it did come in lower than expected, which is good. It came in better than expected there. Everything else came in neutral. So core month over month, core year over year, market year over year, or market month over month, all as expected. So all what they expected, basically. The only one that came in outside of those expectations was base CPI, and that came in better than expected. PayPal's still ripping up a little bit here. I will take a little bit more off. Just broke highs again.
It's just slightly better than expected, or lower than expected, and that's why things are a little green today.
Right. Yeah, it's mostly neutral for sure.
What is that? What's that on the right? What happened there? Right chart?
Oh, this is the dollar index. And so generally this is going to have an inverse correlation with the market itself, right? So the dollar index, if investment vehicles go up, that's going to be worse for the dollar. So like low inflation is better for the market and worse for the dollar, of course, right? So the dollar index is going to drop as the market pushes up and vice versa. Usually there's an inverse correlation there. Not always. It varies, but usually. Hey, what's up, William? No, I'm not in Humble.
North Houston, both of us.
Yeah, suburbs.
I like Atascocita and Humble though.
Yeah, Humble's nice. I really like Lake Conroe's a cool area. Magnolia, I think, is probably some of the better investments because I think over time the Woodlands is going to expand out there, and those homes will probably appreciate faster than some of the other ones. At least that's my theory. I might be wrong there. I think as Houston creeps up, Magnolia and other areas like that are going to appreciate because they're north. And so I think if the Woodlands expands, it's going to expand north.
Yeah, they're already calling Magnolia West Woodlands, but that's
Right.
that's where you make some money in real estate, is what you just said.
Right.
Find the transitioning areas or the gentrifying areas and get in early. Buy something, let it appreciate for a little while, rent it out, maybe hold on to it, and then sell it. I've done,
Right, for sure.
and get leveraged. Don't pay cash because your ROI isn't as high. But I've done that several times. It's helped me a lot.
Yeah, makes perfect sense, I think, and yeah, guys, again, if you want to check out Top Step, a lot of day traders lose money. And again, I'm gonna shamelessly plug this again, because they're a sponsor of mine. But a lot of day traders lose money, and a lot of day traders, for whatever reason, they try to day trade penny stocks with the cash account, or they try to trade a cash account. Even with the cash account, you have something called the T2 rule, which stands for the transaction plus 2 days. It's basically banks needing to hold on to your money so they can make more interest. Is really why the rule is there. They claim it's protecting trader, but it's not. It is giving the banks longer time to hold your money. And so the way to get around all of that restriction is to day trade the futures market, right? The futures market, no PDT restrictions. You can day trade the S&P 500 and what's called the E-mini. You can day trade currencies backed by the US dollar, and you can day trade commodities without the PDT rule. There's no PDT restriction there. And so what they do is they give you a demo account and they test your skill. And just taking the challenge builds you into a better trader. It teaches you how to trade under pressure with rules to follow, which is what any trading system that's profitable has, is good rules to follow. And so it'll teach you how to trade on those rules. They've got a great community where you can build. Your Trade IQ is a great community that allows you to build rules for yourself. In these accounts, you can say, hey, I want to give myself a maximum of X amount of trades, and it'll alert you when you break those rules. And again, just taking this challenge builds you into a better trader. So they give you a demo. The base package on Top Step is the 50K combine. They're going to give you a 50K demo, and then they're going to teach you how to trade that. So the 50K demo, you got to hit 3,000 in profit with a 2,000 max loss, right? So the ratio is 2 to 3, a reasonable ratio if they're going to fund you money. And if you could pass that testing, you keep 90% of your profit moving forward. If you fail it, you're only down 130 something if you use my link. And so it's the best of both worlds. It's limited risk, but if you can pass the testing, you get a lot of the benefits with 90% split once you're funded. And so it's a great way to help support the channel. There's no PDT in futures. You can buy market, sell market, all that good stuff, just like in stocks. But in the futures market, it's just a lot cheaper. Here's the link if you want to check it out. It's a great way to help support the channel. Again, I am sponsored, so I am biased in their favor, but it's certainly good for most new traders. Instead of putting up, I think the biggest mistake most new traders make is that they put up the money themselves. They put up 10, 15,000. I think the PDT rule is one of the most ridiculous rules because, they say, oh, well, you need 25K to actively day trade. But what new trader has any type of risk management skill? No new traders have any type of risk management. And so making a new trader,
even experienced ones.
Right, for
like
sure.
Anybody that has the personality that's willing to risk a little bit of their money day trading probably is more predispositioned to be emotional and let their feelings get the best of them. And that's why those rules are so important, because you take your emotions out of it. You stop watching the chart and get more and more invested in your emotions getting invested in what's going on, and you make bad decisions. So you got to have rules when you're day trading.
Right, 100%. And it really is something that teaches you how to trade. Most new traders lose money. They do. Most people that take this are going to lose money, but it's just cheaper to do this than it is to put up the money yourself. And the PDT rule basically forces new traders to day trade $25,000 if they want to actively day trade. Man, I'm so glad I didn't have 25,000 when I first started trading, because if I did, I would have probably lost way more money. And so in that regard, it just doesn't make sense. It really does hurt traders. And this is the way to combat that. It really is. This is the way you get around that. You can still test yourself. If you lose on here, it's much better than putting up 25K and taking those losses. And it just makes sense,
Yeah, FOMO is real.
Yeah.
You need
emotions. Yeah. What happened to me is what happened to a lot of traders. Like, I would take a loss and I would get frustrated from that loss. And so then I would double my size trying to win back what I previously lost. And then I would lose again. And then I would get even more frustrated. Right.
You were on tilt
exactly.
trading.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just like poker.
Right.
Yeah.
exactly. And so then I would risk even more money, and then I'd lose again. And then before you know it, I'm risking my whole account trying to win back losses. And that's the snowball effect of tilt and trading. That's what happens. And so it's so much better to have a limited risk like this through a funded account program than it is to put up tens of thousands of dollars and risk that. Because again, most new traders, that is the exact thing that ends up happening to them. I'm sure we're going to have some people like, yes, exactly, that happened to me. It happens to almost everybody. Same thing in poker, right? Poker, you go on tilt, you lose a couple hands, maybe you get aces cracked, you lose a couple hands. Before you know it, you're taking 2-7 offsuit, and you're 3-betting with 2-7 offsuit, and you're losing stacks of money. Same thing. It's human nature, and so it's really important to have limited risk in those situations.
Yeah, you got to learn to have a short memory in anything, really. Like, even if it's poker, trading, sales, you got to forget that last hand, forget that last trade, forget that last phone call or whatever it was, and just move on.
Right, exactly, man.
It's harder to do, though. It's harder to do. It's easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But it's good for traders, and it's important that it's a conditioning thing. I say this every day. I'll say it again. It really is a conditioning thing. Like, all trading types is a conditioning thing. Some you might be naturally, like, your personality might be naturally suited best for one specific type, but all of the trading niches, if you will, are going to be conditioning is what's going to help you succeed, right? Conditioning through repetition, like Pavlov and the dog, right? Classical conditioning. And so you're just doing the right things over and over and over again. And the more you do it, the better at ignoring the wrong things you get, the better at controlling yourself you get. And it really is something where you just have to get your reps in. It's one of the reasons I disagree with a lot of these super expensive courses in trading, is because no matter what kind of content is in those courses, a lot of traders are still going to lose money, because it really is something that you have to experience first. And if you can experience that pressure with less risk, that's what's really going to build you into a better trader. Experience is going to pay much more in terms of your trading progress than anything else.
Only trade what you can afford. That's definitely good advice. I've done that in the past, but then you start hitting like some wins over wins over wins on some trades, and that can all of a sudden become a huge part of your portfolio. So once the riskiness becomes a huge part of your portfolio, you got to remember to get that money back over into something that's not going to have such high beta, or isn't going to be so volatile.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's just about kind of controlling that mindset. Like, you could take calculated risks, but like a lot of traders just have unreasonable expectations for trading, I think, as well. Like, I know, like, in order to really make $1,000 a day safely without risking your account, you're going to need like $500,000 at least, probably more than that realistically. But like, if you look at some of these courses, they're acting like you can just make, $5K a day if you take their course or whatever it is. And that's what that's what ends up getting traders a lot of the time, is just taking too big a size in the beginning. In the beginning, I always recommend, like, people scale down your size. If you can make $50 a day, you can eventually try to make 500, but you got to scale your size down. You can't, in trading, there's a lot of gurus flashing big money gains and all that stuff, but I think that just kind of misleads traders into taking unnecessary risks.
And these paid courses too, they're only advertising the wins. They're going to show, oh, look at what my student did. They invested 5K and they made 5K today. But I mean, that's good that he's showing you that, you see that, but what happened the 100 trades before that,
Right. Cherry picking is what it is. They just cherry pick the winners. They talk about millionaire students and all this stuff. Really, a lot of the time it kind of turns them, like, I see a lot of the penny stock gurus out there talking about millionaire students, but they're kind of like, what they're doing is they're all kind of lying, and it's kind of like they reproduce almost. It's like the penny stock gurus reproduce, where it's like they'll talk about, oh, my millionaire student, and then he'll start selling his course, and then he'll talk about his millionaire students, and then they'll start selling a course, and so it kind of just goes back and forth. I just bought a little dip here in the S&P 500 futures contract, so we bought the dip. We are up a little bit right now. It's been a rough few days, but we are green this week. This was me yesterday, so I did lose money yesterday, but the last 7 days, this is my P&L. So we're doing all right. We're getting there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to trade anybody else's money. I get people all the time like, yo, John, why don't you, I'll give you my account login. Why don't you trade for me? And I always just say, absolutely not. I get nervous trading my own money. I'm going to get really nervous trading somebody else's. Although, like, I am green on the year in Thinkorswim. Again, my swing trades have really been like the trades that have made me money and had good accuracy for sure. All right, so we're up a little bit in this trade. Opening bells in about 9 minutes.
Yeah, that'll be exciting today.
Yeah, especially with CPI. Yeah, the CPI for sure. Big upward action today. So we got big upward moves.
What percentage do you think? Somebody was asking, like, how much can you, would you, if
make
you're doing
per
a good
day?
job? Yeah, I mean, like, no, to make 5,000 a month. I mean, what, 100,000 you're risking if you're doing a good job day trading, something like that, maybe.
Yeah, 100K probably. That sounds, even that might be pushing it a little bit too much because, like, yeah, 100K. I mean, that's essentially 5%, and so I think that's probably pretty reasonable actually. Like, if you have 20 days in a month, yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. That's about a little bit over 1% a week. You know what I mean? So 5% a month, a little bit over 1% a week. I think that's pretty reasonable. I'm not going to say that's easy. That's elite trading. If you're like really good, that's elite of the elite. But it's possible for sure.
Oh yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
Kramer, what did Kramer make when he worked for Goldman? I think he averaged his customers. Who knows what he made, but he averaged his customers like 22% or something. I mean, it was like 20, maybe some good years, 25%. Yeah, it was. Yeah. But that's like historic. That's amazing, right? For fund managing. But that's 20 a year, 20% a year.
Right.
We're talking about how to make 5% a month. You're doing awesome if you're doing that.
Yeah, that's 60% a year, and so that's up there. But that's kind of the crazy part of trading is that, like, you'll have these people that throw out these wild numbers. One of the things I always say is, like, you get people that are like, yeah, man, I'm making 1% a day. And it's like, okay, so you got 20 days in a month, right? So you're making 1% a day. I'm going to go ahead and cut this trade. That breakdown looks too rough. So I lost a little bit there, but yeah. But they say they're making 1% a day. So that's 20% a month. Right, that is 240% a year. Listen, if they're making 240% a year after year consistently, Goldman Sachs will hire them in a heartbeat if they actually were making that type of money. And so I promise you, if they're really doing that, they're not going to be out here on YouTube. If you're making 240% a year, Goldman Sachs will headhunt them in a heartbeat if they're really doing that consistently year after year after year.
And I'm talking about he was making that before he was on the TV. That's what he was making when he was managing funds before he got that deal.
Yeah, but
that is amazing. Like, if my financial advisor could make me 20%, like, that's all I would do was just funnel the money over there. But it just never happens because that's you want to be more conservative than that, probably.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a correlation between the size that you use and the risk that you're taking in your account. Like, I always use like blackjack terms. Like, if you look at like card counting, for instance, right? You get 100 buy-ins for card counting. Your odds of complete blow up in that account are much low. Or you get 100 buy-ins. I think your odds of losing your bankroll in blackjack with 100 buy-ins are like 20% if you card count effectively. If you get 500 buy-ins, your odds go down to like much less than that. I have to, I guess it would be 20 divided by 5, so 4%, I guess. And then I think 1,000 bankrolls was like less than 1% chance. And so the point is, the more money you're playing with, the less likelihood you have to lose it, and that's why I always say, like, people claiming to make 5% or 10% or 15% in a week over and over and over again are usually, they're either lying or they're being sold that from their gurus trying to sell them courses. You know what I mean? Like, that's generally what's happening. So
yeah, somebody's asking, why if it was neutral, why is the market green today? Well, these aren't huge moves. That chart looks huge, but we're talking about moves of less than 1% on a lot of these, and it's what's up 3%. Oh, wait till it's up 3%. That's what Detra said. Yeah. But yeah, we're talking about moves less than 1% here, and it's just slightly better,
right?
Numbers or lower numbers.
Yeah, so we're green, but I guess it's we did slightly better than expected, and I think people are just looking at that. They're also looking at what they were the previous month, and so I think a slowdown in inflation is good, and we have seen good numbers over the last 3 months with inflation. Like, they're not conventionally good, of course, but they're better than expected. They are going down some. Like the same period last year, inflation was like 8%, if I remember correctly, or something crazy high, and so numbers are going down, and that's great. Like, we want to see numbers drop. The market's a little bit less active right now as well, and so that probably influences the percentage. Like generally, the more active months in the market are going to be the fall months. So like October, November, December, January, I think are the 4 busiest months of the market activity. And then once we hit summertime, it slows down a little bit. You got to understand like psychology of traders. Like, traders are going to be traveling more. They're going to be on vacation more. They're going to be at the beach more. And so there's going to be less activity in the market generally during the summer. And then that starts to heat up during like the Christmas months with like earnings season during the holidays, where everybody's shopping and buying stuff and traders are home and inside because it's cold. And so that's kind of the psychology of the market. I think the worst months historically for market activity, I believe, is August. It might be September. It's either August or September. So kind of that same correlation of like end of summer, everybody's kind of doing stuff before summer's over.
Yeah. Have you ever seen how slow it is on New Year's, like that week after?
Oh yeah.
Like in between
Holiday.
in between Christmas and like maybe January 6th or something like that.
Right.
Nothing
Worst
really
time to
moves. Everybody. It's just because there's no volatility.
Sure.
Nobody's doing anything.
A lot of them are half days too. Everybody's kind of traveling for the holidays. We stream usually on those days. Like, I'll stream on those days. But yeah, usually they close like on holiday weekends and stuff. They'll close half days. They'll have half days in markets. And it's just really sketchy to trade in those days because, nobody's home. Nobody's trading. The market's mostly flat and you can just get chopped out easy. The best time to trade with swing trading and day trading are going to be like liquid days, like days when there's a lot of activity.
We got 2 minutes here. 2 minutes. 1 minute. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Yeah. All right, guys, let's do this. We still got about 1,000 people here, so we appreciate y'all joining us today. We're gonna try to shoot for this. We'll probably trade a little bit of both, but yeah, we'll see if we get something good today. Had a couple losing days. Like, if we zoom into this profit a little bit more, the last couple weeks have been solid. So like, here's May so far. So that's my May. We're up about 1,200 so far in May and over the last 10 days. But the last couple days, like if you look at my week here, we lost a little bit on. Or I guess we lost a little bit on the second, made it back, and then we've kind of had a flat few day period. So this is this week. Let me pull up this week. So yeah, this is this week so far. So we are down about 230 this week, which I'm very happy with. Like, I could have lost a lot more. And so if I can keep my losses small, you're not going to win every day for sure. So if I can keep those small, I'm happy with that. But yeah, we got 40 seconds, guys. 40 seconds.
Yeah, everything this Tsla Ed guy is saying is about inflation is all good info.
Yeah. Yeah, we appreciate the support, guys. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet, team. We appreciate it. Do you guys see the divergence happening? It's all working out a reversal. Maybe. Yeah, Kramer's had a bad couple years for sure. I feel bad for him. He was almost crying on CNBC a couple, like 6 months ago because of the Kramer curse and everybody hating on him. He said
he's just doing that for ratings.
Oh, for sure. He's making money. I don't feel that bad for him. All right, there's the open, guys. There's the opening bell. All right, so let's see how the S&P 500 moves. So far, choppy. Again, I bought some PayPal. We scaled out of it, so we're not going to lose on the trade, but it is pulling back some now. So far, we're seeing some dips. Let me zoom in a little bit here. Man, PayPal dumps down. Again, luckily I scaled out of most of it already. Caught the bounce. Gold pulling back a little bit as well. Market's pretty flat despite all this stuff.
Yeah, looks like all the moves happen pre-market.
Yeah.
See anything moving anywhere?
I see PayPal falling. Gold dipped down ahead of the open. The biggest weighted stocks in the S&P, which is what I'm looking at, is Apple. So Apple's actually moving up a little bit. So Apple popping up to 173.20s at the open. Microsoft is pretty stagnant. Nvidia down a little bit. Bitcoin is up a little bit short term. Hit 28.4 thousand this morning. PayPal's dipping though, and again, we're not gonna We're not going to sit on this forever. We've already made money on it. We're not going to lose on it at all. We scaled out enough to not lose money on it for sure. But question is, where do I cut it? I'm going to cut it in the profit, but I think if we drop under 65.50, I'll probably get out the rest. Well, yeah, generally, Varen, generally what happens is like, if we gap up a lot in pre-market, most of the time, the first couple minutes after the opening bell, we're going to pull back a little bit in some stuff. But today we're ripping up big, and it could be just some lag, but look at the SPY rip. So SPY's moving up. Apple is kind of what's influencing this. Apple just broke pre-market high, got up to 173.50. And again, remember, Apple is the most heavily weighted stock on the S&P. So it's going to influence the S&P that we see on screen right now much more heavily than anything else. Which I can't remember the weight exactly percentage, but it's up there. Yeah, Apple ripping up. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna let the opening bell calm down a little bit before I trade. All right, Apple up there to 173. Uh-oh. What's the CPI? CPI might be on the bottom of the screen. It could be. PayPal broke lows down to 65.80s. Again, 65.50 is where I'm going to cut it. We'll still be in the green, but our average right now is 65. On the remaining position, it's 65.90. And so, but we're already up on the day from profit taking. So we'll let that work. I'm going to scale to the regular micro. I'm going to buy the regular micro instead, and then we're going to buy up something here on a dip, and then maybe add to this if we get a little bit heavier position. I'm going to pull back. I might add up to like 6 contracts here. All right, there's 4. So I'm in here with 4. Okay.
Open Door. That's that real estate company that was basically imploding. They're up today, but I mean, they're down like 95% or something in the past year.
Yeah, they've been struggling for sure. Hold on one second, Ben. Carol's in here trying to talk to me. Hold on. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, just to recap, people that just logged in, we've got inflation or CPI coming in a little lower than expected. So we're a little green in the market right now. Month over month was right where we thought it was going to be at 0.4. Mortgage bonds, like mortgage prices, are pretty flat. They're just a little bit better today, like 0.3% better today for the fee to pay to get the same rate, not the rate. So that's not a big move for the day with the CPI numbers.
All right, so I'm back. Yeah, so market's moving up. We took 1 contract with 4 contracts here. We haven't taken any profit on it yet. We might start to now as it pushes up, but we're consolidating a little bit as we speak here. So I'm gonna give it time. I don't mind losing money on this. It's small, and I think I like the consolidation. Usually, like for upward moves, you get moves up and then consolidation, and then sometimes you make another leg up. Sometimes you pull back some from it. But there's a dip here, so we retraced pretty fast from it. So I might add 1 more contract to this. I'm not going to add any more. I'm just going to make it a clean 5 and give it 1 more second to see if it heads back up. All right, PayPal just cracked the lows that I was my stop level, so I'm going to cut this. So we're out of PayPal. Green on the day, but we crack this low of this candle, we're going to get out for small losses, like $40. And yeah, we're going to cut it. All right, so market's starting to reverse here. I think we're down like $100 today or something small. Oh, we're down $50. Oh, that's not too bad. I like this down wick though, but we're getting chop action ahead of the reports. We're getting choppy action. Apple might be starting to move up, but so far we have this range right now, team, right here. So we gotta just wait for this range to break at this point. Gold's moving back up. I'm still in gold too.
Yeah, I've seen some people in the chat saying Bitcoin's like above 28.5 or getting close to 29, but on all my feeds, it hasn't hit higher than 28.2.
Yeah, I see 28.3 on mine. Yeah, that's the futures contract of Bitcoin. So it might be a little off relative to that, but I see it's small.
Yeah, that's not a big move.
It's good though.
Alts are crashing though compared to Bitcoin. Bitcoin's holding up there, but the smaller cryptos are falling pretty hard the past week or two.
Yeah, it's been a interesting week. We're actually doing a crypto show today. So we're going to be doing one. I think we're going to do it today. It might be this evening though, after Disney earnings. What do you think about this AI news? This morning, ZFOX announced something about adding GPT AI capabilities. What is ZFOX? Zero Fox Incorporated. I don't know anything about them. It's a penny stock, so not really my wheelhouse, you know.
Yeah.
Bullish
Don't try to
now.
pump a penny stock. Don't try to pump a penny stock here.
Yeah, I mean, listen. No, you're good. You're good. Not you, but so this is what happens almost every time. So it's like we get these huge moves up and bears are like, just wait until the open. And then we get like a small correction like this and they're like, aha, see, I told you. And it's like, but you can't ignore this and then try to act like you're right with this. You know what I mean? I see it every time. I get it. Y'all might want to be right. And listen, maybe we pull back bears at home. Maybe we pull back. I'm not saying we don't, but we're not there yet. I might start shorting the market though. But in order to retrace back and give back the gains we made from CPI, we would have to go all the way down here. You know? And so obviously we're just not there yet, guys. We're not there yet. Maybe we do hit that, but saying I told you so because of this little baby move here, a little bit premature, I think. And maybe y'all are right. We'll see.
AMD going crazy. People are saying, let's look at that. Let's see.
AMD's up. Yeah, it's up to 98. It's just so volatile, man. I'm skeptical to invest in AMD. It's so volatile. I think AMD, for a long time, they were having really good chips based versus Intel and NVIDIA. But
man, I love AMD and NVIDIA. You know, like I just think, you know, how can you go wrong? But it just seems like they're so high right now, you know, like 95 and 290.
Yeah, NVIDIA especially.
Yeah,
NVIDIA, people are getting mad at me for not investing in NVIDIA, but it's like NVIDIA, I look at the last 6 months. The last 6 months, it's gone from $100 to 300 basically in 6 months. And so that's just a long way. You know, that's a long way up. I think the short-term extension is on the upside. So I just don't want to buy it yet, you know. If it pulls back big, maybe. All right, so here's a pullback, and we will start shorting it. But we need a bounce back. Yeah, and again, I'm not even saying I disagree with them, Native. Like, I'm not even saying I disagree. Maybe we drop down some. It's not like I'm super bullish. But I think the way I always explain it is like Nate Diaz. If you ever look at Nate Diaz, the UFC fighter, when he fights, he'll make people enemies that aren't really his enemies. Like he'll make his opponent, even if the opponent's being like super respectful and nice, he'll kind of treat them like they're not. You know, and I think what it does is it gets him hyped up enough to like motivate him to do what he needs to do. I think sometimes bearish traders do the same thing where they like it's easy for them to get motivated to take the trades or whatever by acting.
Well, that's
like
how you hype a boxing match.
Right.
You know, that's how you hype
the
it.
Market.
You know, Tyson's manager, who was that guy? I forgot his name, King or something like that.
Oh man, Rodney.
He was the master.
Yeah,
but then like Conor McGregor, that's all for ratings. So I'll be the nemesis. Like I'll choose a side and we'll start fighting on here. So I'll be bullish, you be bearish. All right.
Yeah. Wait. Who was it Dangerfield? Who was it, man? I'm missing it.
Well, like
that's the comedian.
Muhammad Ali was like the first. You know, he was always saying those poems and talking about the other guy he was fighting and things like that. But it's just it's never gone away.
Yeah, it was Don King, I think.
Yeah, Don King. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, that was it. So Don
Yeah,
King.
yeah.
Yeah, Don King. But yeah, Conor McGregor does this thing where, and it's really smart. And people hate Conor McGregor. I don't hate him at all. He's very smart with how he does it. Like the way he does it is, some people tune in because they want to see Conor McGregor get knocked out. Other people tune in because they actually like him. And so, regardless of any of that, they're both tuning in. And that's the point of this. And that's why, he's smart.
Sorry, it is moving down. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And again, I'll short it. We just need a bounce back up. I mean, we're still green relative to CPI. But, again, I need a bounce back up to short. SoftBank is nearing the sale of investment manager Fortress to Abu Dhabi. All right, so we need to bounce back up. This is just too much down for me to short it. It's too extended right now. I think we'll bounce up a little bit short term, and then we might continue down. But it must be Apple, I'm guessing, dragging this down. Yeah, so Apple completely reversed, and now it's testing the low. We could add to this. I'm going to take one contract here, but it's going to be a slow add back up to short it. All right, so there we go. We got one contract. Let's see if we can add some more here. UFC is turning into WWE. Yeah, well, UFC actually owns WWE now.
Yeah,
WWE.
literally.
Yeah,
literally it is.
Yeah.
I heard. I mean, it might have been you saying this, but they're going to make it somehow legal through a Big Five auditing firm. Somehow you're going to be able to bet on WWE, even though it's pre-decided.
Oh man,
they're going to audit. They're going to audit the winner. Like they're going to hide all the results and just make sure that nobody knows. But I'm not. But I mean, that pretty much is boxing anyway. I mean, half those I feel like are predetermined.
Sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree. It's going to be tough though. Eventually, like the data is going to leak if that happens. Like people are going to leak the data. I would never bet on it though. It's too risky. It's too the only time I'll ever sports bet, and I'm not a huge sports better, but I'll bet on the UFC, small little bets to make each fight more interesting. That's the only time I'll ever bet. I'm not a huge better, but I would never bet on the WWE results just because there's no edge. There's no edge. It's kind of like baseball. Anything can happen in baseball, regardless of how well you know the teams. Unless you're betting that the A's are going to lose, Don't get mad at me.
Yeah, you're doing good.
Oakland.
You're doing good this year if you're doing that. But yeah, I just want to answer Mr. Smith here. Yeah, it's the market went up and it was really green pre-market, and now we're kind of pulling back a little bit, but it's still up on the day.
Yeah. I mean, normally when we gap up big in pre-market, generally we're going to come back down. People are going to take profit. That's just kind of how it goes. Like here's the drop. Again, this is where we opened. And so maybe the bears are right. Again, I'm not saying they're not. I've been saying this over and over again. I'm not saying they're wrong. What I'm saying is that it's premature. And so, again, right now, I don't really see much edge in the market for my trading. I think the downtrend is there, and we might add a little bit more to our short here. But right now, the market broke down, and now it's bouncing back up a little bit. And so we'll see. We're still very green on the day, though. But we could come back down and break lows. I'm not sure. Let me talk to.
Yeah, I did get all my streaming capabilities fixed. I don't know if anybody saw my last time I was on here. I sounded like I was, there's some funny comments in chat. Sounded like I was detecting radiation or something like that. Or please have that man fix his dial-up modem. But it was just installed by the tech. It was installed by the AT&T tech incorrectly, and they came out here and got it all fixed. So hopefully you can hear me and see me today.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're doing much better than last time for sure. Trash talk. Yeah, you guys know me. My stance is let them talk smack. I'm all for it.
Let them flip the bat.
Right.
Let them dance in the end zone.
They really should. Let them do it, man. Everybody, baseball purists are getting mad. Yeah, baseball purists are getting mad at bat flips. They're getting mad at it grows the game. Let them do it.
Hey, did you see that guy on the Rays the other day that got an infield? He's playing in the outfield. I think the infield, second base. He's their He just grounded a hit and he
Not
flipped
Wander
it up to
Franco.
himself.
Was it Wander
Yeah,
Franco?
he flipped up the ball to himself, caught it, and then threw the guy out. Half the people in the world thought that was awesome, and half the people thought that was horrible. You know,
How can you get mad at
the
that?
non bat flippers hated it,
Yeah.
but I thought it was cool. You know, they need that.
Yeah, the only people really getting mad at the bat flippers are the opposing team. You know, I think like if a team hits a homer against me, maybe I'll get mad at the bat flips. But you got to let them grow the game. You know, that's one of the reasons football has gotten as big as it has, is because they allow them to dance in the end zone and celebrate and taunt, and that's part of competition. You know, baseball purists get mad at it, but you know, I say let them do it. Gold moving up.
What's Amazon doing? Somebody was asking.
Amazon's up on the day, so it's up over VWAP. All right, so we are shorting the market. We're going to go ahead and cover a piece of this down here. Give it a little bit more time. We might add some to it as well. Verizon, good dividends. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big, like, I don't trust. All right, we're going to cut that. All right, so we just made a nice little short. We're pretty flat on the day now. And again, I will short more if it bounces back up some.
I haven't day traded in so long. I don't even know what you're doing right now, John.
I'm just kind of shorting the trend here. So like basically right now, it's pretty simple. It's like, I see this downward trend. If I think that the trend is going to continue down, I'll wait for a little bounce. I'll short into the bounce and then I'll ride it back down again. Generally, I'll take profit at the bottom of the range like that, which in this case is right here, which is where I just took profit. And I just kind of ride the trend and get out pretty quick. I usually try to scale in and out. The next big level really is going to be, if we look at the SPY, what this is, like if we look at the SPY here, guys, the next big level is going to be 411.50s. So it's going to be about right where, right around where we're at now. So it's about right here. And so we'll watch that level to see if we break. We could also pivot the other direction.
So what are you going to do? You shorted up here at the top, and then you took some profit. And now what are you planning on doing?
Now now we're a little bit too extended on the downside for me. So like, I'm not going to short down here. It's too extended. There's too big of a chance that we're going to bounce back up. If we bounce back up to like this area here, I might take another short. But for now, I'm just kind of sitting back waiting. Like if we bounce back up to this level here, okay. So right here, I'll probably short.
You might short again. Okay.
Yeah.
Even though the momentum's up, even though the momentum's going back up, you want to reshort it?
I don't know if the momentum's there. I think right now the momentum's on the downside. This big breakdown means it's like, it's in terms of like momentum, it's kind of like a stair step pattern. So it's like the momentum's going like this, you know, but I think extension's on the downside. So I think like the more we move down, the more extended we are on the downside, and the less likely I am to short, but I'm not going to long it either. I'm just going to kind of wait.
What do you do to people that are just like pumping crypto and stuff like that, like advertising their little project? Do you allow that on your chats?
Most of the time, no. And so usually a lot of the time they're bots, or they're just people trying to influence their own trades.
Yeah. Do you like delete them or something? Because you got one on there.
Well, yeah, the way I'm looking at it is this. So let me check. So I think Pawn is banned in a lot of them. Yeah, Pawn just banned Blue, or he put Blue in timeout. The way to always tell if they're bots or not is I can go back to see if they've ever said anything related here. So like if they're talking about other stuff and then they mention it, sure. But if all of a sudden they're just showing up and they're just pumping whatever that is. Maybe not though. I don't know.
No, it looked like it. Definitely a pump.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. For a lot of little cryptos, that's what they gotta, that's what they do. But I'm not messing with them.
Maybe it's just a person that identifies as a bot.
yeah, right, for sure. I saw somebody mention Rolexes in the chat. I tried to buy a Rolex the other day. I told this story. I tried to buy a Rolex, bro. It's so much work to go buy one that like I haven't gotten it yet. I just want to buy one for like a hold of money, like a store value. But like they don't let you go to the store and just buy it. You got to go to the store and take their card, and then they'll see if they get one in, and then
get a Breitling, man.
The Breitling, what is that? Do those hold value well? That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's just my personal favorite. But yeah, Rolex is cool too. But I like Breitlings. I have one, but I'm not into like jewelry or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I do have one nice Breitling watch.
I'm a watch guy, so kind of like I've always wanted a Rolex. I've never actually bought one, but it's just so much work to get one. That like I went to the place the other day and I was like, hey, can I buy a Rolex? And they were like, well, we don't actually sell them here. And it was a brick and mortar store and it was like a Rolex store. And I was like, okay, well, how do I get one? And they were like, well, you come in and you take our card and you show us which ones you like. And then if we have one if we get one in that you like, then we'll send a letter out to everybody else that wanted that watch. And if you get a call, if you're lucky enough to get a call, and you come in and buy it before anybody else, then you'll get it. So it's kind of like a rat race to buy it. And I was just kind of like, well, I don't know, man. That's a lot of work to get one. I just want to store value. That's what I want to do. But
well, now's when you get them.
Yeah.
You wait for the chads in crypto. When Bitcoin hits 100,000, I'll start buying Rolexes for like 3 times as much as they go for because they sell out so fast.
Right. For sure.
Like whenever some pump happens and then you sell them and then buy them back in times like this.
Yeah, that makes sense. But do you buy new or should you just buy used? I'm imagining buying used as long as it's like a real one and it's not like counterfeit or whatever.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like I bought my Breitling probably 10 years ago. It's a nice, classy watch. I never even wear it though.
Yeah, I'd be scared to wear it, I think.
Yeah.
Just get a Patek. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. I know about those. Those are way more expensive. Yeah, when I went, the new ones were running like 8,000 to 12,000. I think they were for a new one. But I'm skeptical of buying like a used one from a guy on like Craigslist or Facebook, obviously. Because we're in Houston. They've got some good counterfeits here for sure, I bet. But so that's
I've
why
actually bought some nice fakes that I like a lot, from like Switzerland. And you still pay like $150 for the fake, but it's still a really good watch. It doesn't have to say the brand, but it's weird. But I don't even wear watches anymore, though. I used to do that back in the day, but
Yeah, no, I get it. That's a good idea. I mean, listen, it's all about like if you need one, if you want to look a certain way, I get it. In Singapore, Rolex is skyrocketing. You have to be known by the store owner to even look at them. Yeah, I saw a TikTok about that. But no, that makes sense. Maybe I'll contact you and get your guy.
So I bought mine like a year ago. 10 years ago, this Breitling, and I'm on certified pre-owned on their site right now.
Oh,
and
nice.
It's selling for more than I bought it for, but that doesn't mean I could get that much if I sold it.
Sure. Right, market, My grandfather gave me his Breitling. My mom insured it. The watch was only worth about $4,000. I wouldn't say that's cheap either. No, that's not cheap.
No, that's like I'm never doing anything like that again. I don't know. I don't need watches or I don't need bling. My wife was freaked out. Watch. My wife was freaked out the first time I bought her a Louis Vuitton purse because she never buys name brand, but I wanted to get her something nice. She's like, I don't ever want to use this thing because somebody's gonna like just try to jack it. But she uses it every day. She uses it every day for the past like 3 years, and it was one of the cheaper Louis Vuittons too. But she's never had any issues with
Yeah,
she still has the purse. Nobody's stolen it.
Right. Carol has one too, and she's the exact same way. She's just worried about it that they're gonna, I try to tell her like nobody's gonna snatch your purse. Not where we are at least, but I get it.
Oh, dude, you haven't been here long.
Oh, dude, I'm sure maybe
lock
I'm
your
wrong
car.
there.
They're gonna start breaking. Lock your car at that mall up there.
Yeah, for sure.
Nice
I know
mall,
definitely. If I go to Baton Rouge, especially, I'm doing that. Yeah. I don't know a lot about watches. I'm kind of a watch guy, but like most of the watches I have like Belovas. I have some like Citizens. So like my watch price range is usually like $300. It's like my range. Not super expensive, but not cheap either. And so,
I like those digital watches, like that have everything on it, like the G-Shocks or whatever.
Yeah, those are cool.
But I still never wear them. But those are only like $100.
I grew up in the Fossil days, so I grew up when like Fossil watches were like the watch to wear when I was a kid in the 90s.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that was like the thing.
Them.
They had
I think
all
I
the
was in
different colors.
college.
Yeah.
I was in college at the time, but yeah.
Yeah.
Or no,
But
not in the 90s, but
that probably got me on watches, you know. Oh, speaking of golf, man, I've been watching that golf documentary on Netflix. It's super good, man. I watched the thing about like Joe Mauer, I think was his name, coming in like top 10, even though he like always brags on himself. And I started to kind of get into golf a little bit. We're gonna have to go play. It's been raining a lot, but you know.
Yeah, definitely. So I love golf, and I only watched the first episode of that series on Netflix, and they did a great job. It was with Spieth, you know.
Right.
So yeah, they did a great job. Everybody that I've talked to that likes golf likes that series, so I got to finish it.
Yeah, it was good. I watched a couple episodes, and I don't even play golf, you know. But I watched a couple. Market's bouncing back a little bit, guys. So just to cover the market real quick, market's bouncing back again. We consolidated for like 5 minutes. I don't really have any trades to get into. The only time I'm going to take a trade is if we bounce back to like this area here, and I might short, just betting that the downward trend continues. I could maybe buy one contract here short, and then I might slowly scale up to this level. That way, if we turn, we'll make, you know, be okay. But if we move up, we're not going to lose much. That's the plan, at least right now. But yeah, no, I watched the first episode, and I'm trying to think of the golfers' names. Where it was the two buddies that grew up together, and one of the buddies outperforms Thomas. The other one. So what, it was Steve Thomas, you said?
No, it was Jordan Spieth, and I think his buddy is Thomas. Yeah, like or whatever.
Yeah, that was it.
Spieth and Thomas, right?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. So, but apparently Jordan Spieth is like the much better golfer. He like wins tournaments a lot, and Thomas had only won like one tournament, and so he's always kind of in his friend's shadow. But then, and he always talked about like, hey, I don't know if I'll ever win another tournament, you know, because he said that's kind of how it goes, is sometimes you win and sometimes you just get unlucky. Like variance, it happens, where golf is a really variance heavy game, I think, sometimes. And it's skill based, of course. All right, so we got the bounce back to exactly the level we talked about. So we're going to start at getting 4 contracts in there.
You do that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so basically the next episode, in that episode, Thomas came around and actually won the very next competition he faced. And you could see he was like teared up and crying, and it was like super impactful for him. So it was just a cool episode to watch. Kind of got me into golf a little bit.
Yeah, it's also cool to see how much work they put into it when they, you know, go straight back to their hotels and start working out and doing all these stretches and everything. Yeah. Both those guys are from Texas. They went to UT. They're both Longhorns. Nice. They have a lot of good Longhorn golfers.
Yeah, good golf school.
Back to watches.
Yeah,
one of my first successful swing trades a long time ago, like 20 years ago, was Movado. I think I bought it at like 14 in like 2004 or something like that. I was just out of college, just starting my first real job. I bought a decent chuck at like 14, and then I sold it at like 30 a couple of years later. And that's they don't all work that way, but that's, you know, an example of how swing trading has worked for me over the years.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut this. The market's bouncing back a little bit. Do they still have a stock, Movado?
I think so. It's Movado, and I had never even really like seen a Movado watch or anything. I think I just researched the company or something like that. But yeah, they have a little bit more expensive. I mean, like $500 watches, something like that.
Yeah, I have one. I've got a couple, or I have 2 Movados. I have a gold one that I wear. I don't think it's in here, but I've got a couple of those. You know, those are, like I said, those are kind of my price range. I haven't bought a watch in years. Carol got me like the Watch Game subscription. It's like a subscription service. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and cut this. Market's just bouncing back too much. And so again, we've just been getting chopped out. We've got a lot of downward action, but we might be down like 150 here. And again, we're on a pretty good week, and so no worries, no stress. It's not something that I've day traded every day for like 6 years now, so it's not something where I'm like get super upset if I lose. You can kind of still see we're down $120, so very small day for me. If you look back like this month, we're still doing pretty good. But might be one of those days.
What are you up percentage-wise for the month?
So this is about 1,000. We're up. We'll see. So on TOS, I'll have to look because the amount of buying, I don't really like saying it either because that just kind of creates more pressure. Like my big thing is I don't I don't claim to be great. I don't claim to be good. I don't claim to be an expert. I don't sell a course or sell a service or anything like that. That's why the channel is called Beginner Trading. It's just, I want it to be a free resource and community so that I don't have to have, like, pressure kills profit. Like, having too much pressure. And another thing that'll happen is, like, you'll have people on the internet and they'll say, hey, I'm such a great trader. I'm such a great trader. And then when it comes time to where they have a losing week, they tend to fudge their numbers a little bit more because they've built up this expectation and standard of themselves. So for me, I always try to kind of leave it off stream and not tell people too much about it, just so that they don't, just so that I don't have that pressure. I'd rather just keep it free and keep it pressure free, if that makes sense on my end. Yeah, exactly, Bud. That's exactly right. He said I had it too, the top tier sub. Yeah, I had the highest one that's supposed to. They advertise Watch Gang as sending you all these name brand watches. They say they're going to send you Belovas and Psychos or Seikos or whatever, however you pronounce it, and Movados and Citizens and all these name brand watches. I didn't receive one name brand watch. Like, what they do is they say, oh, well, we're going to send you an expensive watch. They'll send you a no-name watch that nobody's ever heard of, and they'll slap a $300 price tag on it. And they'll be like, see, we're sending you a $300 watch for $70 or $80 or whatever the monthly subscription was. But it's either, the business model is either it's their watches, and so they can price them however they want in terms of like, hey, or it's no-name watches that are getting like free publicity for Watch Gang. Like, that's what it is. So I never got one name brand watch, and so I ended up canceling them because it's just kind of, I'm not gonna say it's a scam, but they advertise it like you're gonna get a new name brand watch every month, and I was in like the $150 a month subscription, and I just didn't receive any. You know, it would have been okay if I received like $100 name brand, but I didn't get anything.
How are they going to make money if you're paying $150 a month, sending you a $700 watch?
Right. Well, there's the logic is they're supposed to send you crappy watches most of the time, but like still name brand. Like, you can get like a Fossil or like a Citizen for like $80-$90 or whatever it is, and so they're supposed to send you bad watches like that. But then every now and then they're supposed to send you like a name brand watch, and I was with them for like a year, never got one name brand.
So what'd you do here? You re-shorted? Are you still in it?
No, I cut it like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, it's just market's going up and down right now. And this is why I always tell people is like, generally people are really polarized with the direction they go in. And I'm down like $120, so it's small. And we're up like 1,000 on the month, I think. So like we're still doing good. But yeah, for the micro E-mini or the S&P 500, so we opened up big. Since then we pulled back a lot and basically filled the gap, and now we've since pulled all the way back up to where we were before. So yeah, I mean, market's really sideways, which is surprising. We do have some earnings today, but in such a volatile day, it's surprising that we get choppy action, but we do have some earnings. We got Disney earnings. We have
Marathon, I think you said earlier.
Yeah, we got Mara,
but Disney's a bigger one.
Yeah, we'll probably cover Disney. It depends. Disney is kind of hit or miss with like the streams that we do.
Yeah, but you've got like weird other things affecting the stock too, with all the political stuff going on in Florida.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I avoid politics like the plague here, but yeah, it's certainly affecting Disney too, especially people's sentiment. Like, I see so many people just hate Disney. I think Disney's still probably pretty diversified though, because like they've got new Star Wars movies coming out over the next few years. They recently announced 3 new movies. I don't know if it's another trilogy or if it's 3 standalone movies, but they also have a bunch of stuff that they said they were coming out with. And so I like Disney stock. I tend to invest and buy Disney stock a lot because Disney, it's got enough haters because of that stuff that, you mentioned. It's got so many haters that they discount the value of it. And so when Disney dips down to the 90s, I usually buy it up and then ride it back. If we look at my actual trades on Disney, I can put this up for just a second so I can kind of show you the trades I get into. But so like, look, here's Disney right here. If you look back at how many times I've traded this, I love swing trading. I never day traded really. So these are all basically swing trades. But like, if we look, here's a yearly chart. Look at all the trades. These are all swing trades too, honestly. So I trade Disney a lot,
So what period of time are you talking about when you swing trade? Like, how long do you hold it? 'Cause I'm
So
talking like years for me.
Oh, no. I usually hold it for a couple weeks. And so
okay.
like I'll wait for periods of big red action. So like really down red action, and I'll wait for it to dip down where everybody else is kind of, pretty bearish on it. I'll wait. My average buy level is probably like 90 to 95 bucks. And so I'll wait for it to dip down to those levels, and then I'll buy the dip. And then I'll just kind of sit on it for a few weeks and let it bounce back. And it generally does.
Okay,
So-
I don't really. Yeah, I might be using the wrong definition when I'm talking my successes in the past. It might not be called swing trading. I buy something and hold it for like 2 years or a year or two.
Yeah, that's
what
kind
I've
of
done.
short-term investing is probably what that. It could be called anything, but I think most people are going to call it short-term investing.
Okay.
Swing trading is kind of like holding it overnight to like a month, I would say. Maybe you might be able to consider it longer. Chat might be able to correct me. I might be wrong there.
Okay, well, yeah, that's definitely not what I was doing, but I've done that too. But I've just had better success, kind of, watching long-term dips and peaks.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that's kind of like my biggest edge is holding it for a couple weeks usually.
Well, one of the things with Disney though that I was talking about is the political things are the Florida government is, I guess, requiring them to put in a lot of affordable housing for their workers there. And I don't really know how that's going to affect the stock price, but then they're also thinking about putting in a jail or a prison right next to the park. And that might devalue the value of the land there or something. But
Sure.
just all that conflict is kind of, I don't know really how it's affecting the stock, but it can't be good.
Yeah. I don't know if it's good either. I don't think it is. But I think they've diversified. Like they own Star Wars, Marvel, ESPN, Disney Plus, Disney World, Disneyland. And so I think they're diversified enough to be okay. But yeah, I certainly agree that there's probably some short-term risks, Let me go ahead. So we got the crypto show. So we are going to be doing a crypto show today, guys. Let me schedule this.
What time are you doing that?
I'll probably do that at 9:15 our time, so in a couple minutes. We might try to trade a little bit more, but market's so flat and stagnant that I got to probably play it a little bit safer here. So let me schedule. So that is scheduled.
Yeah, I got to get to my real job too. So
yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, I appreciate you coming on, man. And yeah, so if you guys want to, like I said, if you're in Texas and you need a mortgage broker, Ben's one of the best here, man. He's got some, he's been in the business for a while, does really well. And, if you want, a solid mortgage broker that'll get you approved, or, we can't guarantee approval, of course, but like check out applywithben.com, and I'll post the link to that here. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, here's the link. Check them out.
What's cool is it is beginner trading, and I'm kind of learning as I'm going. And I think my questions might help some of these other people understand some of these things too. Like, what are you doing there, John?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I got a mod right now that said, "Hey, new guy coming across very well." And he's right. Like I've had a lot of different guests over the years. Some are more mature than others, but yeah, you're pretty solid guest. So I'm sure the chat appreciates it. Good questions, good info, So I appreciate you coming on, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and y'all go sub to the real estate channel we have here, guys. Again, here is that channel right here. We're gonna change the name to something else, but for now we're just kind of keeping it like this until we figure out a name. But yeah, here's the link. Go sub to the real estate channel. Get him a Top Step account and watch him learn. Hey, maybe, man, maybe. That's not a bad idea. I think that's not a bad idea. You can try. It's tough, but
yeah. We got to start getting some content on that real estate channel. So I think pretty soon we'll get a bunch of videos out there, and
yeah,
it'll be good.
Yeah, earnings season's done, so I'll probably have a lot more time now. Earnings season just took it so much out of me. And it was great for growth, man. We were growing crazy fast during earnings season, but and so I am a little bit disappointed it's done, but it is going to give me a lot more time to do other stuff. Just because with earnings season, man, streaming 7 hours a day, plus try to do real estate, plus family, wife, kids, all that stuff is just burnt out. So we got some
Yeah,
time
so I was
now
up
for
at 4 this morning. I didn't know you were starting to stream so early.
Yeah, man, we're up early, man. So if you ever want to hop on, just let me know. You know, we started at our time. It's like I get up at 4:30. We start the stream at like 5:10 is usually when we start. 5:10 our time.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, man, for sure. And so yeah, we're gonna get ready to do a crypto show, guys. Let me get the redirect ready here. Hold on one second, team. Let me switch this. Also, I might take another trade here in a second too. So don't go anywhere, guys. I'll probably take another trade in a second. Let me schedule this really quick. And yeah, man, Pepe, man, what do you think about Pepe?
Well, like what I was saying the other day, it was in the beginning, it was just 6 wallets. And then I think they made up a fabricated story about somebody making 1,000,000% or whatever off of one of the trades. But that was definitely one of the founders' wallets. And when it went up that much, you know, the market cap got so high, that guy couldn't sell yet anyway. And so it's definitely, you know, with all this publicity from it, the first meme coin in a while, to actually do something, you know, it's up to like the 40th market cap right now. So it can catch on. There's no utility and you can make some money, but a big whale got into it the other day and is down at quite a bit. I saw an article on his wallet.
Right.
You know, who knows what happens with that? But if some whale's getting in, how are you going to liquidate without making the price go down, you know?
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. That's the risk. And I've never been one to chase the meme tokens. Like I remember back in the day, everybody said Shiba Inu was going to hit, you know, whatever it was. They said Dogecoin was going to hit $1. Huh?
Shiba did. It blew up so fast.
Oh,
I mean, that's a legit, but
yeah, Dogecoin. I think I was talking about Dogecoin. They kept saying Dogecoin was going to hit $1, is what they said Dogecoin would. And I think people did the math and they were like, if Dogecoin hits $1, it would have a larger market cap than Apple, I think is what they said.
Elon loves it. So I don't have any Doge, but you got to believe in it. You know, Elon, for sure. You're going to be paying for stuff on Twitter with Doge coming up pretty soon. So that's real utility. I mean, I don't know, man. It's so tough to decide, you know.
Yeah,
it's so funny. So funny.
Everybody gets so wrapped up in it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. Nobody cares about utility anymore in the Web3 NFT space, which is mostly Pepe holders. Hey, y'all do your thing, man. Listen, I'm not against it.
You can make
y'all's money. Yeah, we're not against you here. Make your money, you know. Yeah, but just be careful. That's all we're saying. Just be careful. Again, guys, if you want to day trade, check out TopStep. TopStep is a funded account program for futures, and it really is the best of both worlds. Like if you're new and you have not day traded before and you want to get started day trading, do a funded account program. It's noticeably safer than putting up 10 or 15 or 20 or 25K yourself. You can essentially day trade the S&P 500, which are the largest companies in the world. So you kind of get exposure to day trading stocks. It's less risk. So what they do is they give you a demo and they test your skill. And if you can pass the test, they fund you between 50 to 150K. It's noticeably less risk. It's a great way to test your skill. And again, most people are going to lose these funded account programs because most day traders lose money. But that's precisely the point, is that it's way cheaper, way safer to lose a funded account program. You can reset it for 100. It's like 130 something bucks. And if you pass it, you still get a lot of the benefits. You get 90% of your profit moving forward. And so it really is the best of both worlds. It's cheaper. If you like Forex, you can trade US dollar backed currencies on TopStep as well. In futures, you can trade commodities like gold or silver. Most pro traders are going to day trade futures over anything else. So again, if you want to check them out, great way to help support the channel. Here's the link. Sorry, that's not the link. Here's the link right here. Another sponsor I'm going to sell out one more time because we try to keep most of our sponsored plugs towards the end of the stream. But another one of our sponsors is a company called Chart Prime. And Chart Prime is a trading view indicator service that you can use in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. To show you the link here. So Chart Prime is actually surprisingly accurate. I was actually showing them to Ben yesterday. Surprisingly accurate data. And again, you can use them in stocks, crypto, Forex, future. For the time being, I believe right now, there's 45% off. So it's either 40 or 45% off. And so it's very cheap. These are very cheap. Like I think you get them for like $35 a month right now, $35 a month. And so let me put the indicators up. So $35 a month. It might be less than that if it's the 45% off. And so again, what they do is they give you reversal signals. They show you tops and bottoms. And again, look at this. These are surprisingly accurate. I can't fake any of this here. So these are the last 4 signals that they have shown. Again, what I always say is the big edge is finding multiple showing up together at once. These do not repaint. They do not repaint. And look at this. When bearish engulfing candle and reversal down signal, look at the nice drops you got. They literally call the opening drop. Here's the same thing. You get a bullish engulfing or a bullish hammer and a reversal up. Look at the bounce. You get all the way up to this big rip for hours of time. Reversal up signal here, you get a bounce. Reversal down signal here, you get a drop. And you can use these on any time frame. Again, you can use them in stocks, crypto, forex, futures. I can't fake this. Look, reversal up, bounce. And so this one might have been wrong, but again, we've looked at like 6 or 7 with 1 wrong. I can also put a longer term time frame up and do the same thing. And again, it just works. It just works. I can't guarantee it's going to work every time. Of course, they are a sponsor of mine, and so I'm biased in their favor because they pay me money. But again, look at this. When multiple show up together at once, you get a nice little bounce. It's called Chart Prime. Right now, if it's $35 a month, very cheap. Check them out. Great way to help support the channel. I'll put the link up. You can also use promo code CP45 and get 45% off. So a little bit less than $35 a month. So if you want to check it out, very cheap. Again, stocks, crypto, forex, futures.
So what is that? 20 a month?
So for 45% off, it's let me see. So I think normally it's 60.
Quick math.
Yeah, so 60.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's normally 60 and you can get it for 35. I got you.
So
27.
Or no. Wait, it would be 60 times 0.55 since it's 45% off. So it'd be about 33, maybe $30 a month. So pretty cheap, guys. For what you get, stocks, crypto, forex, futures, pretty cheap. Check out the link in the description if you want to check them out. Let me make sure I got the right code up in the description. Yeah, I do. Okay, yeah, check out the link in the description if you want to check out. As soon as we end the stream, guys, literally as soon as we close this stream, it's immediately going to pivot to the crypto stream that we're about to do. So again, as soon as we close this stream, we're going to go to the crypto stream. You can probably hang out if you want, Ben, if you got time. If not, all good, man. I know you probably got to get to work. But if you want to join
the meeting in 13 minutes, but thank you.
Yeah, no,
good.
Good,
I will
no
join
worries.
a crypto show sooner or later.
Yeah, eventually, man.
No
worries.
We need some content on our real estate one. And
Yeah,
one day
sure.
when it's slow on this, I'm going to ask you like in more detail how actually that funded trading and Top Step works. And then
Sure,
like this prime thing, like what all these indicators are and everything. So on a flat day, we can do that.
Yeah, for sure. On a slower day, no, all good, man. No worries. But yeah, guys, don't go anywhere. As soon as we close this stream, it's going to bring you to the crypto show. And so you won't have to go anywhere. It just redirects to the crypto show. I'll put the link up here. So if you want to, if for whatever reason it does not bring you to the crypto show, this is the link for it right here. It's youtube.com/beginnercrypto. There's the link. Again, as soon as we close this stream, it should start the crypto stream up. Let me make sure Cam has the link. I think he does. No, I forgot to send it to him. Okay, so let me, but yeah, anyways, guys, we're going to close this show down and we're going to start the new one. Let me invite Cam real quick and then I'll see you guys over there. Again, don't go anywhere. I'll see you guys over there. All right, Ben, I don't think it's going to let you back in the other show. It's not going to redirect you there, brother. So.
Oh, it's cool. I got to go. So I'll talk to you later.
Hey, have a good day, man. Thanks for coming on. All right, guys. Hey, I'll see you guys over at the crypto show. We are starting that up right now. And yeah, I'll see you guys over there. Y'all be safe. And yeah, we're starting the show right now.